as soon as it comes up. I pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag
of
of
You don't
the
see-
United States of America
and
and to the republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all.
for all.
So, in accordance with Governor Baker's 3/12/20 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the governor's revised guidance on order by the governor prohibiting, hold on, I'm going to mute you all. You can hear stuff. Prohibiting assemblage of more than 10 people, this meeting will be conducted via remote participation. In-person attendance by members of the public is prohibited, and all effort will be made to permit public attendance of this meeting in the manner specified below, via remote access by internet, telephone, and if available, via public broadcast of the meeting by Malden Access Television on public access television channels. Public access will also be provided by posting draft minutes and/or a transcript recording or record of the meeting on the City of Malden website at thecityofmalden.org as soon as practicable after this meeting. Additional information and guidelines for the public can be found here at www.cityofmalden.org/document center/view/2487/public information on public meetings and hearings during the declared state of emergency related to COVID-19 PDF. Members of the public who wish to attend remotely can do so using the following information. Please click on the link below to join. HTTPS://BU/ST-D0NMT-VDUM2DZ09. And the password to get in is 535187. Or iPhone one tap is US +131-262-66799. 987-533-664 or +192-9436-2866 or 987-533-664 or telephone dial for higher quality, dial a number based on your current location, US 1-312-626-6799, 1-929-436-2866, 1-253-215-8782, 1-301-715-8592, 1-346-248-7799, 1-669-900-6833. Webinar ID is 987-533-664. So, and we're gonna have a moment of silence in honor of our veterans, servicemen and women, and those who have given the ultimate sacrifice. Councilor Anderson, Would also like to have a moment of silence this evening. Councilor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam President. We're saddened to have learned about the passing of former City Councilor Jack Coakley, who passed away just the other day. I served with Jack back in the old days, back in the 1980s. Jack was on the council from 1981 to 1988, and he served with distinction. I think Councilor Condon as well served with Jack Coakley when he was on the council, and many of the others of you knew Jack when he was a compliance officer working for us in the City Council. Jack was a great guy and served in the Marine Corps during Vietnam and was so proud of his Marine background. Spent a bunch of years with the New England Telephone Company, a lifelong resident of Malden. Jack was just a great, great guy. I have to tell you that back in the early 80s when we used to go on some of the trips to conferences around the country, I remember going with Councilor Coakley and Councilor Bogan, Tamajan, and some others. And once we got to Washington, D.C. to go to this conference, when we were away from the conference, Jack insisted that we have to go to the original Marine Corps base, which was at 8th and I in Washington, D.C. And if we didn't see anything else there in Washington, Jack insisted that we all go there. And once we got there and introduced ourselves as Malden City Councilors, they welcomed us with great hospitality and took us for a tour around the Marine Corps base. And Jack walked around with his chest pumped out and very proud of his service as a Marine during Vietnam. Jack did great service to the city of Malden, and he will sorely be missed. Jack leaves his wife, Joanne, and they have three children, Michelle, Sean, and Scott, who follow in Jack's footsteps. When I heard about Jack's passing, I got a call from my oldest daughter, who happened to see the Facebook posting of Jack's passing that was put on the Facebook by his daughter Michelle, and she reminded me of the great times and the great camaraderie councilors had and our families had together. And she reminded me of going skiing with the Coakley family, and Jack had children the same age as mine. And so it is with great fondness that I ask us if we can just have another moment of silence in honor of this city councilor, our colleague, Jack Coakley. May he rest in peace. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Okay, so the clerk will call the roll. Where is he? Does anybody see the clerk?
He seems to be gone.
Okay, hold on one second. Well, that's strange. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me.
I'll go ahead and try to reach out to him very quickly.
Councilor Anderson is here. Councilor Condon is here.
I still think, okay, all right. So, so Councilor Anderson.
Councilor Anderson is here.
Councilor Condon.
Here.
Councilor Crowe.
Here.
Councilor Kamel, sorry. I'm trying to go in alphabetical order. It may not go that way. Councilor Kamel.
Here.
Councilor DiMaria.
Here.
Councilor Murphy.
Murphy here.
Councilor O'Malley.
Here.
Councilor Winslow. is frozen. Councilor Sika is here. And so isn't the city clerk. Let's see. Okay.
I think you forgot me and Craig.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Linehan.
Here.
All the little boxes are making my eyes crazy. And Councilor Spatafora.
Here. Here.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, and looks like Councilor Winslow is no longer frozen. So perfect. Okay, so for those of you in attendance, under the provisions of the open meeting law, please be informed that MATV, along with Brian DeLacy, is recording this evening's meeting. So just beware, there will be audio and video recording of this evening's meeting. First order of business. Hold on, City Clerk.
I'm back,
All right.
Katie.
All right, so first order of business is me. Okay, so I want to thank all of you for joining us remotely. We are making history here with the first remote meeting ever held by the Malden City Council. Of course, it's the type of history we would rather not be making, but this difficult time for everyone with the COVID-19 pandemic, meeting remotely is one of the many containment measures that are necessary to help us fight this pandemic. On behalf of the City Council, I want to thank the mayor, city staff, and our public departments, emergency management team, and our Board of Health for continuing to set up and make sure our city is safe and our residents get the help they need in these difficult times. While we've had to change the way we work, I know the commitment to the residents of Malden is as strong as it has ever been. As a friendly reminder, if you find the need to call our police or fire departments for assistance, please do let dispatch know if you are experiencing symptoms so those responding can take the appropriate precautions. On behalf of the City Council and the citizens of Malden, I also want to thank the heroic healthcare workers fighting this awful virus on a daily basis. I'm in awe at your bravery, and let's not forget the many folks providing essential services during this crisis. These workers put themselves on the line in harm's way so we can get food, medicine, and gas. Imagine where we would be without them. Thank you for being there for us. I speak to you not just as the City Council President, but also as a mother with children at home right now, including one who is a senior dealing with the impact this has had on his last year of high school. I speak to you as a wife whose spouse had a medical emergency in the midst of this pandemic. I speak to you as a daughter who, like many of you, is worried about the vulnerability of the older parents. It's natural to be scared. It's unavoidable. But we, of course, have to also move on with the important business of the city. So while the council took a brief break from meeting, while we figured all of this out, we have been working on a daily basis with city staff, our city solicitor, the mayor's staff, and the mayor on critical items. I'm sure we'll talk about some of them tonight, in particular, those ways we are trying to help our residents during this difficult time. This is the silver lining in all of this, and that's seeing people step up and help each other. Thank you to everyone who has reached out and called to ask us what they can do to help. Thank you to all of our residents who have quietly and without needing to post anything online or seek praise from others for doing it, stepping up to help others in our community. Whether it's making delivery for others, putting together care packages, sewing masks for healthcare workers, checking in on elderly residents who are shut in, this is what makes Malden the greatest community. This includes my council colleagues who have been working tirelessly to help out our residents, from serving meals to providing information to putting residents in touch with services they need to get through this crisis. There is a famous quote from Martin Luther King that applies to this unsettling time for our community and our country. The ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in times of challenge and controversy. We will get through this, and we will do so because as a community, we are rising to this challenge as a united one. To those who have had loved ones impacted by this pandemic, our thoughts and prayers are with you. Thank you for allowing me a couple minutes to share our thoughts. And with that, we will begin the agenda for our first remote meeting. First order of business. I can't get clerk unmuted. I think he's frozen again. Oh, geez. Clerk Lucy? Oh.
I think you're right. He looks as though he's frozen. I'm gonna try to work with him again offline.
Okay. I'm gonna I'm going to
May I? Oh, raise
Jane,
hand.
can you hear me?
I'm sorry, Councilor O'Malley, what did you say?
I want to raise my hand properly. Hold on.
Oh,
All right, I raised my hand.
go ahead, Councilor O'Malley, you can speak.
I'm wondering if maybe, if anyone's having any internet issues, maybe try calling in and not doing the video, but just being on audio might be, you wouldn't be dependent upon the internet connection. Just an idea.
Okay.
What I'm doing right now, I have my audio just going through my phone, so there's no hiccups in that. That's a good.
Okay. I'm going to continue on with the agenda, but I don't have it in front of me. So give me 1 second while I pull it up on the computer for the next item on the docket.
Hey, Jane, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've been cutting in and out. I'm not leaving the meeting, but I think I'm good to go.
Okay. All right. So let's try this again. So I am done with my president's statement. So the next item on the docket is the letter from the mayor.
Correct. Okay, thank you, and sorry for cutting out on everybody, but the computer did it, not me. A letter dated April 9, 2020, the Honorable Malden City Council. Dear members of the council, in these uncertain times, it is more important than ever that we support our most vulnerable residents. With that in mind, I submit for your review and consideration our proposed fiscal year 2021 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG budget. The proposal addresses the most pressing challenges facing our low and moderate income population, including responding to the immediate consequences of the COVID-19 crisis and investing meaningful in the long-term needs of our community. This year, our public service budget doubles down on our commitment in housing security with a new home buyer program run by the Asian Community Development Corporation, ACDC, and increased investments in existing housing stabilization, homelessness prevention, and rental assistance programs. These programs are especially important during the COVID-19 crisis and will keep our struggling Malden families in their homes. In addition, a new civil legal aid program for the elderly run by the Greater Boston Legal Service will help low-income Malden seniors with legal issues involving housing, healthcare, elder abuse, and other concerns. Physical improvements in the budget include a continuation of our successful ADA sidewalk improvement programs, upgrades to the Salemwood School tot lot, and a $400,000 grant to Bread of Life to build a new food pantry in Malden. Each of these improvements demonstrate that even in the midst of COVID-19 crisis, our community will come together to support the long-term needs of low-income residents. The deadline for submitting the approved annual fiscal 2021 CDBG budget to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, is May 15th. Please do not hesitate to contact me with any questions about the proposal. In the meantime, thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Gary Christensen, Mayor of Malden.
Okay, next order of business.
Public comment, vote to suspend council rule number 5003, public comment, to suspend public comment during public meetings of the city.
Lost him again. Okay. Okay, so vote to suspend council rule number 5.03, allowing public comment, to suspend public comment during public meetings of the city council held remotely during the state of emergency. Councilor Linehan.
I'd actually like to make a motion to amend this to suspend only for this meeting and to revisit this issue for subsequent meetings, and to allow public comment either via email ahead of time or via Zoom under the same restrictions that we would have applied before, including people having to list their name and address, and for the moderator to include a 2-minute time limit, or whatever the in-person rules would have been. I'd like to replicate that in Zoom.
Okay, hold on one second.
Second.
Di Maria. Oh, hold on.
Yep.
Go ahead, Councilor Di Maria.
Thank you, Madam President. I first would like to second that motion. And I will tell you, this is the time that we should not be allowing our residents to chime in. This is the time we need to hear from them. We are in a pandemic right now. I did speak with our communications director via text today. It is very capable to do that, as we've seen the mayor do that in his programs. And I do feel that I'm fine because we're not prepared for this one, but I will second that motion. And again, I feel very strongly that we need to include our community and our public comment.
Councilor Crowe.
To our docket. Thank you.
Oh, Councilor Di Maria, you broke up towards the end.
I did?
Yeah, I didn't hear. Did anybody else have trouble hearing? Okay. Can you just repeat I thought you were done. It sounded like you stopped talking, so I called on Councilor Crowe. So just repeat what you're.
Oh, thank you, Madam President. I'm actually done. I'm seconding that motion, and I just strongly encourage us to continue with our council rules that have allowed for public comment. I totally understand we're not prepared for this evening, but moving forward, we have the capability. That's not something we should just eliminate during this crisis time. This is something that's very valuable to us as a council and to us as a government. So I second that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilor Crowe.
Okay.
Well, I agree. We do want, our input from our public. As we see, we even did a test run last night to make sure everybody had all, that they needed. And we're having troubles today. So, and I do believe that when the mayor has been doing his meetings, he's in person and there's someone, sort of managing through like the phone and other things. So although we do want to do that, I don't think we should, rush Mr. Cochran to figure out how we actually do that. Although I think we suspend him for today, maybe we take it, meeting by meeting, because it's clear there's a lot of hiccups just in with us all on together. But I mean, I have people reaching out to me, and I'm not sure who's going to be reading all the comments and what's the deadline. So I do think that we have to kind of figure out how we do moving forward, but maybe we do take it meeting by meeting if it can be worked out. But I don't want to say we're going to do it next time and really don't, and we have the same issues we have right now. It's going to confuse the situation if we want to keep working together and moving forward. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilor Winslow.
Yeah, I'm supportive of the amended motion. I do think it's public comment is very important. I'm supportive of suspending it. I just can get through this first meeting electronically. But a couple of things. I know the original motion just talks about the state of emergency. This state of emergency could be amended to last quite long. So I think the technology exists there. Other communities are doing it. So we should just suspend the rule tonight and then try to figure out what we're doing in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Kamel.
Yeah, I just want to echo some of those thoughts. I think at the very least in future meetings that we can solicit for written comment ahead of time. At the very least, that will circumvent a lot of the technical issues that we're having and maybe limit those to 300 words or something that's equivalent to 2 minutes of 2 minutes of talking time. So I think definitely for tonight, obviously, and then if we can follow up with the staff or a working group of counselors, I think that's the better idea, because I think we do need to hear from our constituents as this goes on, and we don't know how long this could go on.
Thank you. Councilor O'Malley.
I would also, I think, echo the sentiments of the counselors that have spoken so far. I think that Councilor Crow's idea of taking it meeting by meeting is a good way to kind of address it. So I would also be in support of suspending that rule tonight and then taking it up at future meetings.
Thank you. Councilor Condon.
Thank you, Madam President. I have no problem suspending the council rule 5.03. There's no intent not to listen to the public, but this format is very new to most of us. I think we should try to move forward with allowing the public comment in future meetings as soon as Ron Cochran can get that together. So I would support the way that she's amending it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy. I can't,
Can you hear
I
me
can't
now?
hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. I'd like Council Linehan, if you wouldn't mind, through the chair, to reread her request or amendment, because I'm struggling with what she said, because I'm more in lines with what Councilor Crowe said, and the fact that Council, through the chair, if you wouldn't mind if Councilor Linehan repeated what she said, and then I'll comment.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Right. So my intent is to amend the motion not to suspend indefinitely, but to do so for tonight's meeting, which I completely understand. We're all new to the technology. My feeling is that we do have the capability to either allow comment ahead of time by email, or to actually allow folks to come into the meeting as a participant if we get to a point where we're comfortable with that, and allow them to comment in real time. But I'd like to find a way to take it either meeting by meeting, or to discuss a way that we're going to handle public comment beyond today's meeting. I'm fine to suspend for today. My desire is to have us find a way to do it for the long term, because I think we're going to be under the emergency declaration for quite some time.
Council President, may I speak?
You can.
Okay, Council Linehan, I got that was your intent, but what I'm asking for is what was the wording you used with your amendment, not what your thought process was behind it.
Sure, sorry about that. So I guess the motion would be to amend. Let me pull up sorry, I don't have a printer at home, so I'm trying to look at stuff on my phone too. So the motion would be to amend the vote to suspend Council Rule 5.03, allowing public comment, to suspend public comment during this public meeting held remotely during the state of emergency, and to allow public comment at subsequent council meetings held during the state of emergency.
Okay, thank you. It's the beginning part of it, and the thought process of what you articulated, I think, was very in line with what Councilor Crowe was saying. Is Councilor Crowe always says the devil's in the details. And even as we talk about, we need to talk about this, to understand how this could work in the future. Yes, the technology does work there, but if we allow public comment to come in via email and we get 50 of them, how do we decide how they come in? Does that mean that there's no one then can do public comment when they log into the meeting because we've already gotten to our 15? There is, the devil is always in the details. So I think what we need to do tonight is suspend the docket rules for tonight and not say the end of your amendment, Councilor Linehan, stating that the next one, it will happen at the next one, that we will work as a council to make it happen as soon as feasibly possible, because I think we all agree that we don't want to take this privilege away. We just need to figure out how to incorporate it. So I would amend your amendment to delete the last part of it and, put in the verbiage that, as a council, we will, make it a priority to figure out how to enact or include personal privilege in virtual meetings going forward.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Councilor Linehan, did you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, sorry, I keep unmuting and unmuting. So what if we propose language that so to solve the piece about the real-time comment, setting aside the portion about what meeting we start doing this, I think we need to set ourselves a deadline. So if it's not the next one, I'm not comfortable going much further past that. I think my desire is to do it as soon as possible, and it sounds like most everybody is on the same page. What I'd like to be able to do, and I'm not sure the mechanism to do this without our subcommittees, is to find a way to determine how the public, if we're not comfortable with real-time public comment, how can we word it such that people have the opportunity to submit commentary at a certain limit that would reflect the other rules and restrictions we had in place during the non-emergency declaration? Does that make sense? Or do others have feedback on that?
Councilor Murphy, are you good?
I think Councilor Spatafora actually just raised his hand.
Yeah, I have a couple. Yeah, I don't see Councilor Spataforas with his hand raised. Hold on.
He raised his hand. He
Councilor
literally raised his hand. Did
Bill
Councilor
Beck.
Anderson.
Go ahead, Councilor Spatafora.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So I would echo everybody's comment in terms of making it feasible when it's ready from the technology aspect. But I think we can simply agree on a time. So all public comment, anything related to anything in the docket, like our rule states, has to be emailed to the clerk's office by no later than 3 p.m. on Tuesday. Or if somebody wants to, because not everybody has email, if somebody wants to leave a voicemail, we have, maybe they go to the clerk's office or maybe Lisa, they can leave a voicemail no later than 3 p.m. and then we'll take those under advisement, and then when we figure out a way technology-wise, we'll do it that way. So, I mean, I would say email by 3 p.m. on Tuesday. Again, I think we're limited to the same docket rule, right? To the original intent, the original paper has to be related to the docket, right? And then I would provide a phone number, so somebody doesn't have a computer, they can leave a voicemail with the related topic no later than 3 p.m. on Tuesday. That would be my suggestion.
Are you amending the amendment to the amendment?
I would amend, because I think we can do that by next week, right? We could do that. I would amend that by next week. We establish, I don't know if it goes to the city clerk's office at Lisa, 3 p.m., no later than 3 p.m. on Tuesday. And then a phone number, again, from the clerk's office or Lisa, no later than 3 p.m. We can leave a voicemail related to the docket item. So that would be my amendment.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Condon, did you raise your hand again?
No, I already spoke.
Okay. Councilor O'Malley, you raised your hand again?
I did.
I think
Hold
Councilor
on one second.
Anderson.
Councilor
Yeah, I
Anderson.
think I'll defer to Councilor Anderson.
Hold on. Councilor Anderson.
Yes, I think that we've all spoken enough on this item. It makes sense that we suspend for this evening, work out the details. I'm ready to vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so on Councilor, hold on.
Would it be possible just to because I did have my hand raised. Can I just clarify what I think that everyone's saying as one statement?
Yep, I was gonna have Council Linehan repeat her amendment.
Because I agree with what Councilor Murphy was saying, and I appreciate what Councilor Spatafora was saying, but and I think it's important that we do it sooner rather than later. I'm just concerned that we don't necessarily know the technology around it, and I'd like to give Ron Cochran and the administration and whoever's handling it, including the clerk's office, a little leeway about how to manage it. So I would be willing and hoping for us to just suspend the rules tonight. I don't think we need to add the extra language. Let's just suspend the rule tonight. I think that our staff knows that we'd like them to work on it, and then let's see what they propose to us next week.
Yep, I agree, Councilor O'Malley. I think that we should amend this to say for just this evening, and we can work out the details on how we can get it back online as soon as possible. Are you okay with that, Councilor Linehan? Hold on. Oh, go ahead.
Yes, although there is a motion and a second on the floor, so I'm not sure if we have to procedurally, would you like us to vote that through? And then, or do you want me to, are you asking me to take back the motion so we can vote the original?
No, state your motion again, please.
Okay, sorry, I'm juggling my devices
No,
here.
that's okay, sorry. Just so everyone knows what they're voting on.
Sure, so I'm making a motion to amend our vote to suspend Council Rule 5.03, allowing public comment, to suspend public comment during this meeting only, this meeting of the City Council only. And to allow public comment in the form of emailed comments submitted before the meeting for all subsequent council meetings.
Second.
Would you be willing to add as soon as possible?
Sure.
Okay.
How can we word that in a way that's giving direction to Mr. Cochran to do that in an appropriate manner, since he doesn't report to us?
City Clerk. Oh, hold on.
I'm fine. I was JD, and I was just waiting for a clear motion to be finalized to vote on. I think Amanda, when she asked about those other motions, you could withdraw all the other ones and just take up the, whoever made the other motions, and then just take up the final one after everything is kind of put into this last motion. Just trying, there's a lot of notes being taken. I just want to be clear on what exactly we're voting on. There was a lot of things mentioned just then, and we have to be very clear what we're voting on. That's all.
Councilor Linehan, what if we just amend this to just be for this evening, and we can work out all the details and hopefully have them all squared away by the next week's meeting?
I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, I'm sure that the city clerk has made some notes, as well as I have made some notes, and we can work together to, implement Barbara's ideas along with Councilor Spatafora's ideas, and we can make it work somehow with Ron Cochran and the city clerk. Okay, so
sounds good to me.
We are going to vote on Amanda's amendment to this paper to remove during the state of emergency to this evening's meeting only. Okay, seconded by Councilor Di Maria, and I don't know where the unmute button went. It's gone. It does not say I can unmute you all. So let me make sure you are off. Can you all unmute yourself? Does everyone know how to?
Mm-hmm.
Me. Mute you, Councilor Condon.
Council President.
Yes.
May I just add a comment?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I don't think it should say only, because I think that ties our hands. I think we should just be suspending it for this.
For this evening.
For this evening. I think the only, it qualifies it down to that we can't do it again, and we shouldn't be doing it again.
Nope, I agree. Okay, so we're going to vote to suspend council rule number 5.03, allowing public comment, to suspend public comment during this evening's meeting. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, seconded by Councilor Di Maria. The clerk will call the roll.
Anderson,
Yes.
Kamel,
Yes.
Condon,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Di Maria,
Yes.
Linehan,
Yes.
Murphy,
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley,
Yay.
Spatafora. Spatafora,
Hold on. Go ahead. Councilor Spatafora.
Yes.
Winslow,
Yes.
Sika.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Next order of business.
That was just the amendment.
On the motion.
Was this just the amendment?
On the motion as amended.
Sorry. On the motion as amended, the clerk will call the roll. Everyone's unmuted.
Anderson,
Yes.
Kamel,
Kamel, yes.
Condon,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Di Maria. Di Maria,
Di Maria, yes.
Linehan,
Linehan, yes.
Yes.
Murphy,
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley,
Yay.
Spatafora,
Yes.
Winslow,
Winslow, yes.
Sika.
Sika, yes.
Okay, carries 11-0.
Okay. Thank you. Next order of business.
Approval.
Did we lose him again? Okay.
He's frozen.
Minutes of the meeting of March 10th, 2020. And paper number 9920, minutes of the meeting of March 2020. 100, paper number 120, minutes of the meeting of March 4th, 2020. And the clerk is back in action. The clerk will call the roll.
Motion to approve.
Thank you. On Councilor Winslow's motion to approve, the clerk will call the roll.
Council President?
Hold on.
Anderson,
Yes.
Kamel,
Yes.
Condon,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Di Maria.
I had my hand raised. Can I just make a point of information? Or do you want to just go through it first?
For a motion.
I apologize. I'll just make it quick. March 4th was perfect. March 10th, which was the interview with our new city treasurer, the vote was taken, and following that vote, I did push my button and say to allow council president to negotiate with HR with salary within the range. I think Councilor Murphy heard me. We all shook our heads. It was not part of the vote, but I'd like that to be part of the record, please. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy, is your hand raised? You have your hand raised. Is it from earlier? Oh, sorry. Okay. So on Councilor Winslow's motion to approve the minutes, we got to Di Maria. Oh, hold on, City Clerk. Go ahead.
You got me? Okay, Linehan,
Yes.
Murphy,
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley,
Yes.
O'Malley,
Yes.
Spatafora,
Spatafora, yes.
Winslow,
Winslow, yes.
Sika.
Sika, yes.
Carries 11-0 with the amendment. Okay.
Next order of business.
Thank you, Ms. Clark.
I have no idea who's talking.
Debbie,
It was Debbie?
Council DiMaria, sorry. Yep. She's frozen again.
She's frozen.
Oh,
Council Council
did you?
Council DiMaria, you're frozen,
Hold
so
on
we
a
can't,
second. No?
we can't hear, we can hear you, but we can't see you. You're frozen.
Okay, hold on a sec.
You're back.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Councilor DiMaria,
So, no, thank you again, and it's the minutes. I just want the minutes to reflect the fact that, you know, we all authorized Madam President to negotiate with HR. I just had a quick little point of information at the time that we did that. I pushed my button and said salary within the same range that was posted, which is obvious, but I do want that to go on record. That's all. Thank you.
thank you. Next order of business.
We have the President's declaration of a continuance of public hearings and determinations of the following petitions and applications. Hearing number one, public hearing on the application of Misty Mountain Shop LLC on behalf of 323 Commercial Street LLC for special permit under
Froze again, Madam President.
May I raise my hand?
Councilor O'Malley.
So I had a Zoom meeting the other day where I had someone who didn't have an access to a computer who called my cell phone, and I put them on speakerphone in front of my computer. So if he was to call your phone, Jadine, or Council
You
President,
could probably call in though as well, no?
I think so
Are you,
too.
are you back, City Clerk? Hold on.
We ready?
We can hear you. Yep. Okay.
Okay, again, I apologize. Okay, so this is about Misty Mountain Shop LLC to allow marijuana retail establishment at 323 Commercial Street, Malden, Mass, which was originally scheduled for March 17, 2020, will be rescheduled to a date to be determined via tolling agreement entered with the applicant. Number two, public hearing on the application of Standard Naturals LLC on behalf of Bennett Highway Realty LLC for special permit under Chapter 12, Section 300-20 to allow a marijuana retailer establishment at 7 Linehurst Road, Malden, Mass, which is scheduled for April 14, 2020, will be rescheduled to date to be determined via tolling agreement entered with applicant. On number three, this was changed since this document went out to the City Council last Friday, in that the tolling agreement was received by this group. So a public hearing on the application of Craft Cultivation Group, Inc. on behalf of Organic Waste Management LLC for special permit under Chapter 12, Section 300.20 to allow a marijuana retailer, marijuana cultivator, and a marijuana product manager at 1130 Eastern Ave, Malden, Mass, which is scheduled on April 14, 2020, will be rescheduled to a date to be determined via tolling agreement with the applicant. Hearing number four, timelines on public hearings, review, determination on the pending petition of Network Building and Consulting on behalf of Externet Systems for 15 grant of location application pursuant to Chapter 6.49 of the City of Malden are extended in accordance with the tolling agreement entered with the applicant. Hearing number five, timelines on public hearings, review, and determination on the pending petition of Celco Partnerships, DBA Verizon Wireless for 5 grant of location applications pursuant to Chapter 6.49 of the City of Malden are extended in accordance with the tolling agreement entered with the applicant.
Thank you. Next order of business.
On Council Murphy's motion to discharge the License Committee from further consideration of the following papers. We need to take a vote on the discharge first, then we'll take up the papers.
Yeah, everybody needs to be on mute. Mute.
So I'll make a motion to discharge the papers from committee.
On Councilor Murphy's
I'll
motion
second that motion.
to discharge from committee, the clerk will call the roll. Is he frozen again?
Could I just, could I make sure that I second that motion?
Yes.
This is Councilor O'Malley.
Seconded by Councilor O'Malley. 1, 3, 4, 6. The clerk will call the roll. Hold on. You're not unmuted.
Anderson. Anderson,
Anderson, yes.
Kamel,
Yes.
Condon,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
DeMaria,
Yes.
Linehan,
Yes.
Murphy,
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley,
Yes.
Spatafora.
Councilor Spatafora, say it again.
Council Spatafora, yes.
Winslow,
Councilor Winslow, oh, yes.
Okay.
Sika.
Sika, yes.
Okay.
Motion carries 11-0.
Council President, may I discuss the papers now?
The clerk is going to read them first,
Okay.
and then you can discuss them.
Okay, we have, Council Murphy, do you want to take them individually or you want to take them both?
You can read them both and I'll discuss them individually.
Okay, we have paper 77-20, a livery license for Ideal Park Limousine Service, Inc., 61 High Rock Road, Malden. It's a renewal, one car. Paper number 93-20, livery, Roman Kerm Arco Group LLC, 150 Sylvan Street, Malden. It's 3 cars and it's a new application.
Murphy for the committee.
Thank you, Madam President. The first paper, Councilor Kamel, I believe, is in your ward. And I've spoken with the compliance officers, which is something that we would normally do in license committee to determine if there were any issues that, were having to do with any issues in the neighborhood. They have come back and confirmed that there are no issues. It is a renewal. So I would ask that the council grant this petition on the floor this evening. And the second one is actually located, yes, Councilor Camille.
Sorry, I just wanted to comment in support of that. It's about a 3-minute walk from my house. There's literally, it's been here for years. There's been no complaints, so I will support that. Just want to make that comment.
So I would make a motion to grant the petition for Ideal Park Limousine Service. I don't think we need, I don't know if do we have to do a roll call or can we just do a voice vote?
We have to do a roll call on every docketed item.
Okay.
Okay. On Councilor Murphy's motion to grant this license, the clerk will call the roll.
Anderson,
Yes.
Kamel,
Yeah.
Yes, Camille, yes.
Condon,
Yes.
Crow. Crow.
Sorry, yes.
That's all right. DeMaria,
Yes.
Linehan,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
O'Malley,
Yes.
Spatafora,
Spatafora, yes.
Winslow,
Winslow, yes.
Sika.
Sika, yes.
License granted 11-0.
As for Arco Group, that is in Ward 5. I have actually been by the property, similar to Councilor Camel, going by the property and looked at it, spoken to the compliance officers. The compliance officers also spoke to a couple of the neighbors who were direct abutters. Everything is in order. No one has a problem with this petition being granted. So I would ask that the council grant this petition on the floor this evening.
Councilor Murphy's motion to grant this petition. All those in favor? Oh, excuse me. The clerk will call the roll. Hold on, clerk.
Anderson, yes.
Kamel,
Camilla, yes.
Condon,
Condon, yes.
Crow,
Yes.
DeMaria,
Yes.
Linehan,
Linehan, yes.
Murphy,
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley,
Yes.
Spatafora,
Spatafora, yes.
Winslow,
Winslow, yes.
Sika.
Sika, yes.
License granted 11-0.
Okay, next order of business. Councilor Spatafora.
I raised my hand with the virtual hand too, by the way, just to let everybody know. So this is just food for thought for the rest of the council and certainly the chair of licensing. We may have to look at amending some of our past policies. I think with the pandemic, I believe our ordinance states that if you are behind on taxes, you cannot get a license. So given, I think, the pandemic, we would probably want to come up with some plan to allow a business to open up with a window to pay back those taxes. Because the last thing we want to do is not allow a business to open up. It's just a vicious circle that keeps going around and around and around. So maybe it's something the licensing chair can think about later on, not for this meeting, but I think it's just food for thought because we might run into this with other licenses in the coming months. That's all. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Spatafora. Councilor Murphy.
Yes, Councilor Spatafora, thank you for bringing that up. That certainly is something that we will take a look at.
Thank you. Next order of business. Did we lose the city clerk? Oh, there you are. Okay, hold on. Why did you get
Greg, you're
muted?
muted.
Okay,
We're
city
good,
clerk,
right?
go ahead.
All right, paper 105-20, order that all rules requiring that a matter coming before the council be referred to committee be suspended until the termination of remote meetings and/or the current state of emergency, whichever is sooner.
Councilor Spatafora, do you want to talk about this?
Could you just say that again? It broke up a little bit. That I just heard part of it.
Want me to read it, Council?
Yeah, do you mind?
No, not at all. Okay, paper 105-20, order that all rules requiring that a matter coming before the council be referred to committee be suspended until the termination of remote meetings and/or the current state of emergency, whichever is sooner.
Yeah, thank you. So that is simply, we're not going to be sending papers to the committee anymore. We'll do everything on the floor for the full council. So we have to suspend that rule that it will no longer go to committees until we get back into I don't want to say a usual pattern, but certainly for the foreseeable future, everything will be done on the full council floor rather than going to committee. Happy to answer any questions.
Councilor Kamel.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you, Councilor Spatafora. I do understand the rationale behind this, but I do have to, in my mind, it's very similar to what we just had that conversation about public comment. When we make these sort of blanket statements to do something for the duration of this state of emergency, how much longer that is, we don't know. I certainly support the licenses and getting the CDB budget out tonight. But I can't imagine not having, the city budget when it comes through, go through the finance committee. I can't imagine having all the business come through tonight. We saw even getting the language in the public comment amendment sorted out here on the floor with 11 of us was a little bit of a cumbersome process and lends itself more to our committee meetings. I can imagine a number of other items that we do need to get done that might not be crucial business, but we do need to get done. Those, for example, the small cell towers that go through the Public Properties Committee that Councilor Malden chairs, that I chaired in the past. You can get that done with a small committee. You don't need to have those come through the floor, but sometimes you do need to ask a lot of questions. And we don't know how much longer this is going to go. Those might not be a good example. Those might be frozen right now, but again, I think this the same rationale we just said. We don't want to make a blanket statement in perpetuity. We want to maybe take it case by case or night by night is probably the right way to go. So I'd ask we consider that.
So I'm fine with amendment. I look forward to my colleagues. I think we do have to work on the technology aspect like we did earlier, because I don't know if we could do multiple Zoom meetings with multiple committees. So I think that's something we have to ask on the technology front.
There's certainly logistical hurdles, but I believe once we get this one under our belts and out of the way, I think we can kind of explore it. And if you want me to make a formal amendment, I will.
Yeah.
But I just want to open the debate.
Happy for discussion.
Thank you, Councilor Knell. Councilor Murphy.
In reading the wording, I think the wording is actually correct as written. It doesn't say it can't go to committee. It just says it doesn't have to. If you read it, it says that all rules requiring them that a matter coming before the council be referred to committee be suspended. Okay. So I think that you probably could still send it to committee. At least that's the way I'm interpreting it. So, you know, it's kind of a choice. So if it's not logical, you don't have to, but if it makes sense to send it to a committee, you can. That's the way I'm interpreting the wording that I'm reading today. So I don't know if anyone else has a comment on that.
Can I get a point of clarification? Yeah, does that mean then it's a choice? Well, whose choice? Does it still come through and we have a vote on it?
Well, I just know that, you know, if we get, hopefully, you know, business will be booming again and we'll have a ton of licenses, that I would want to, you know, kind of not create a situation where we're having a 5-hour meeting, you know, a council meeting, that would be able to clear through the ones that were issues. You know, even today I was, you know, on the phone with the compliance officers trying to make sure that I had all the data before we got to this meeting. So if we can do it in committee, you know, I think that some things will be easier, obviously, as Councilor Camel just said, the budget. But, you know, another thing is just what we were talking about tonight, how to get public comment there. You know, that could be, you know, go to committee, could go to ordinance, and they could come up with a plan to present to us so that we wouldn't all be here, you know, spending time trying to, you know, throw gum against a wall to see if it sticks. So I think that there's some logic to, you know, giving ourselves the ability not to have to send everything to committee, but allowing us to be able to, if the need should arise. And I think this wording, I mean, maybe we need to have legal look at it, but the way I'm reading this, I don't think it precludes it from going to committee. Just my 2 cents on it. I don't know, Steve, Councilor Winslow, you know, you always get our legal opinion there. I don't know, when you read this, what you see.
I mean, my question is, do we actually have in our rules that requires things to go to committee in the first place? I don't know what rule this is even referring to. So I don't see anything, you know, there's the common practice that we've had, but I don't see a rule that requires something to be sent to committee in the first place. So I guess we need to do a little research there. I mean, I have another comment just in general on this, but I don't know what rule are we suspending or changing here. So this order doesn't refer to a specific rule that we'd be changing. I don't see one. So I'm just looking at the rule book right now. So I don't see one. So
Go ahead, Councilor DeMaria.
Thank you. Actually, Councilor Winslow, it's Rule 42.01, and it does mandate at least all financial papers that must be reviewed by the Finance Committee. So that is in our rule book, page 17. So that's finance anyway.
So are there other ones?
Well, let's see if there's any others. Hold on.
I'm just looking at 40 that just ordinance has 3 readings.
Can I raise my hand and add a point of information if possible?
Appointments shall be referred to appointments committee. Okay, I guess there are some rules in here that do that. All right. But I see some other rules that do that. All right.
Okay, Counselor O'Malley?
Are you calling me on to talk now or just for the point of
You
information?
have your hand raised.
Oh, thank you. I agree with Councilor Murphy. I think that from my understanding, you're, and Councilor Anderson's also raising his hand, just so you know, I see it down there. I do think that we should take it case by case. Like, for instance, we just voted to extract a large amount of licenses from the committee in order to act upon those. And I think that that was appropriate. So I think that having a blanket statement, the same way we said with the other one regarding public comment, you know, take it meeting by meeting as we get more comfortable with things, you know, to Councilor Kamel's point, you know, there are some tedious things that we have to do in committee, even though we might not think it's a priority. And we heard about there being a tolling agreement with some of these entities. The tolling agreements are voluntary by the applicants, and eventually they're going to not want to extend those tolling agreements, and we're going to have meetings on stuff that probably the entire council doesn't need to be present for, and it might make more sense for us to send it to committee in those respects. So I can see both sides of this.
What do you got going on there?
Thank you. Counselor Anderson?
Thank you. I believe that Councilor Murphy's comments were right on target, that the wording on the docket allows us to suspend that rule. That doesn't mean that we have to not send things to committee. I think there's an understanding amongst us all that there are things that would be better served by going to committee. So there's no problem, as far as I'm concerned, there's no problem with us voting the paper just as it's on the docket. We understand that it suspends the rule, but in the case of, like Councilor Kamel has mentioned, in finance, he doesn't want, it does make sense that we don't have 12 people going through the finance papers, going through all of that. But the wording of this document doesn't prohibit having a separate committee meeting in finance to handle that. So I would think that we could move the question just as it is on the docket and vote it up the way it is. I comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Condon?
Thank you, Madam President. These aren't ordinary times. I think that there isn't too much that can't be debated on the floor and pushed through. A lot of times going into committee just delays things. We can debate things on the floor and get something passed the same night. I've seen it a lot of times over the years. So we have to do things a little differently in this case. There's a couple papers on the docket tonight on finance papers. They're no-brainers. You know, $80,000 to continue negotiations. Things on the floor can suspend rules. That's why we have the book the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Crowe?
I agree with Councilor Anderson that I think we can pass that. And if there is something that we want to send to committee, that it makes sense that they do that. However, again, you know, I do think, excuse me, I don't know which other councilor had mentioned it, but, you know, when we talk to Ron Cochran, you can't really have multiple Zoom meetings or committee meetings going on at the same time. And if you do, how are they going to be up on MATV? How are they going to be open to the public? How they, you know, can they go into different rooms? I mean, I do think that some of it is going to be, and some know that the Council Kamel, I can see that you jump in and, you know the technology a lot more. And I do think that if there's a way to have committee meetings, so we're not bogged down with, you know, 11, 12 people doing some of the things that like the tower situation, we can do that. And if it makes sense to do it, then we do it. Otherwise, if it doesn't make sense to do it, I think we should suspend the rules so we are not required to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Linehan?
Thank you, Madam President. So I guess one of the concerns I'm having is that it feels like we're letting the technology fears drive a lot of our decision making. And I know there's ways that we can do all of these things, both setting up additional Zoom and doing breakout rooms if we had to meet concurrently. I completely agree that we shouldn't be tying our hands and saying, we have to do everything the old way and just shift it online. I don't think that's the case at all, but it seems like we should give ourselves the flexibility to do some of it and move some things forward. Otherwise, we're going to have these meetings are going to be 6 or 7 hours long. I don't think that serves us or the public. I mean, I'm willing to do whatever it takes to do business in these unusual times, but it seems like we do have some technology options that we could do the critical things. Like, I'm concerned about finance and ordinance that really, could spend an hour digging into something. And I believe there's a way that we can do that with the existing technology and work with MATV and stream it however we want to. Maybe we don't want to stream it, but if we want to, I think those options are there. And so while I don't disagree that the way that it's written is probably sufficient for us to get through tonight and then to reopen that discussion, I'm nervous that we're not gonna, by not setting a deadline, again, it reminds me of the public comment discussion. Are we gonna take it up next week? Are there certain meetings that are gonna meet the standard of having to go to subcommittee and some won't? I don't have a proposal for that, but those are some of the things that I'm feeling.
Thank you. Councilor Kamel.
Great. So the examples that Councilor Condon mentioned in terms of how we've already had situations where we've brought things directly to the floor actually kind of highlights a question that I still have. We already have a mechanism for doing that. So I don't see why this is necessary when we can vote to suspend the rules as needed. So I don't see the necessity of this. And I still want to hear that, what is the mechanism which we use to decide which papers do go to committee, which papers are voted on the floor? Do we have a vote on them, or is that something that's determined beforehand? If it's a vote here by the body, that's better. How is that decided? So those are my questions for those proposing this.
Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, ma'am. One of the other things we have to think about in all this, well, first of all, I would be happy to vote on this order the way it's written this evening, because I do believe it gives us the flexibility. And one of the things that I would like to say, we're all adults. We're going to do the right thing. This is, as Councilor Condon said, very unusual times. I think we need to give ourselves the ability to be able to bob and weave a little bit to make sure that we can get through the business that needs to be done. The other thing we need to take into consideration is that City Hall is running at half staff. So if is a sitting chair of a meeting, you can look at something like the two, livery ones that were done tonight that were easy to bring out, as opposed to having the city clerk send it to committee, do a docket for committee, then have to pull it out. It's double the work for, we're trying to maintain social distancing within the City Hall organization. So we're running kind of at half speed there. No, people are working from home, et cetera. But I think we have to be a little bit sensitive to that. And I think just giving ourselves the flexibility, what's here tonight is giving ourselves the flexibility not to have to send everything to committee. Okay, we can work through how that's going to work, but let's not tie our own hands. Let's give ourselves a little bit of leeway to be able to bob and weave here, to continue to move forward with city business, knowing that we're all adults, we've all been elected by the public to do the right thing. We don't have to put a date on everything. Okay, we've been working, all of us, for the last 4 weeks, trying to make sure that the city has everything that it needs. I think most of us have put in 2 or 3 times the normal workload that we've been putting in, okay, since this has happened. So let's give ourselves a little bit of credit that we're going to move forward in a way that's going to benefit the city, and just give ourselves the flexibility to be able to actually do it. So I would make a motion that we move forward and take a vote on this order. So that's my motion.
Great, thank you. Councilor Anderson.
I know.
If it's on the docket, that's my sentiment exactly. I say we move the paper, and so I would second that.
Counselor Winslow.
Yeah, I haven't had an opportunity to really speak on the paper. I really think one of the that we need to think about here is that we actually should have the Rules and Ordinance Committee meet and talk about the rule changes we need for the longer term. I mean, I think some of this was passed in the spirit of this immediate thing until May 4th. But as Councilor Kamel mentioned, this special emergency could last for months or even a whole year. So I think we really need to figure out as a council what's the new normal come May 4th or whenever, we've bent the curve on the coronavirus, but are still in a state where we can't have larger meetings. So that would be my proposal, is that, and I also have some concern. This order should really specify the exact places in our rules that we are suspending. So that's, I think there's a couple places in appointments and finance that are required, but I think it would be helpful to everybody to really clarify what rules we are actually going to suspend. And I also think that it's very vague. What is until the termination of remote meeting? Who makes that decision? And like I say, the current state of emergency should go on too long. So I think what we should do, my motion would be to table this, refer it to Rules and Ordinance, and have Rules and Ordinance come back with a more specific proposal. That would be my. I just think that it's, I think we do need to work on the rules for the council that are going to happen in this kind of the longer term state of emergency. So that's my concern. We're jumping ahead. So that would be mine. We do need to clarify, what's happening with public comment, what's going to happen with committees and that type of thing. I just think we actually have to focus on how we're going to work. And I think we have a Rules and Ordinance Committee. It's not just the Ordinance Committee. We have a committee that's assigned to work on rules. So maybe that committee should come up with its recommendations. That would be my suggestion. So
I have a motion on the floor.
That motion is a second.
Yep. Greg, we're going to vote on the motion.
I got my hand raised.
Yeah, I have mine raised too as well, Council.
We're going to vote on the motion.
What's the motion?
What's on the docket. We're voting what's on the docket.
So I have a point of order for that specifically about.
Councilor O'Malley, what is it?
Do you mind if I share my screen? Because I did do research on this particular thing. So can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
So Rule 54 says that these rules shall remain in force and effect until amended or repealed by 2/3 of the city council, provided that a motion to amend or repeal shall not be made and finally acted upon at the same meeting. And then it says these rules may be suspended whenever 2/3 of those present and voting shall vote so or so vote. So that there's a difference between suspending rules. You can suspend a rule for one meeting, and then when you adjourn, that suspension no longer happens. I think what we're saying, what we want to do here is we want this to last more than one meeting. So in order for that to occur, we need to amend the rules or repeal a rule for a temporary period of time. But I don't think that and as you can see, it takes at least 2 meetings to do that. So I don't think that we can just pass it as is currently proposed. But I think that there's things on this docket tonight that we have to suspend this rule for tonight. Like, I'm assuming they want to absolutely pass a transfer from salary reserves to human resources without that going to finance. So I'm 100% in support of suspending this rule tonight. I think that if we really want to amend the rule to allow us to not do that, we need to do that. But I don't know if what's on the docket tonight allows us to do that going forward. I think it at least takes 2 meetings to do that. But I'm in support of suspending it for tonight and for whatever papers we need that are emergency.
Councilor Condit, did you need to speak?
I'll be very brief, Madam President. I have enough confidence in Councilor Kamel, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Spatafora, that they know what should be suspended and taken up on the floor and what shouldn't be. What shouldn't go to committee, what should be able to be passed on the floor. So I'm ready to vote on this tonight.
Thank you. Councilor Di Maria.
I just thank you, Madam President. I just am concerned that we have committee meetings meet to discuss our questions and concerns about papers and finance moving and CDBG and a whole bunch of things. And I feel that, you know, it, as Councilor Winslow said, we don't really know which ones are we going to not have a committee. I mean, at the end of the day, guys, other than maybe a few of us councilors that are still working, I know Councilor Spatafora is still going into the office, but I mean, that's our job. I don't understand why we're trying to, all due respect, I just don't understand why we're not doing committee meetings. So we do have the technology and we're proving it tonight. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. On behalf, you know, coming from the chair, this has taken weeks for us to set up this meeting, and everybody sees all the different things that are going on at this meeting this evening. Not to mention, it's not as simple as having a committee meeting meet with the 5 of you. You have to have a moderator. You have to have the attorney present. There's a lot of different moving parts that make these committees. We got the guidance from the city solicitor's office, who I just had Ron add her into this conversation so we could get some guidance from city solicitor Fallon. Are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Good evening,
Madam Clerk.
everybody.
Good evening.
How are you doing? I can see most of you, and I just want to let you know, under the executive order guidelines, when you come and go to a meeting, and as I've been watching this evening, some of you have been coming and going to the meeting. The chair has to make an announcement when you are coming and going, when you leave the meeting, and then when you return to the meeting by name. So Councilor O'Malley left the meeting at 8:15, for example,
Actually not
and
true.
returned.
I did not leave the meeting.
It helps us too, because it's really difficult to follow it.
Point of information.
It's really difficult to follow when we're trying to listen to you. And Councilor O'Malley, the provision that Councilor O'Malley raised in your rules has to do with amending. So you've done this multiple times, the last time being in 2018 when you did an overhaul of your rules and you took an amendment. That's not what's before you today. What's before you today, though those particular rules weren't cited, but Councilor Winslow raised them, is to suspend the rules during the state of emergency. Right now, the governor's order in effect is only till May 4th. He may certainly continue that for a further time. But the reason you're meeting remotely, and the only reason you're meeting remotely, is on the basis of the executive orders allowing this. So the reason why you don't need to meet in person in a public place to hold your meetings is on the basis of that executive order. That will be at some point terminated, and you'll be resuming the requirements under the open meeting law to convene as a quorum in a public place. So it is really up to you what you want to do. I've heard all the back and forth and would totally agree with the dialogue that if something were very pressing to go to committee versus you handling it as a full council on the floor during these remote meetings, you could certainly do that. Suspending the rule temporarily while the declaration of emergency and executive order is in place is just a temporary suspension. So there's nothing that you're amending in terms of the rules. The rule is still in place and will still be a valid rule. And then just to remind you too, these rules are to assist you with the process, and this remote process is new to everybody, brand new to any public body in the city. So yes, definitely you'll be able to iron out some of these issues with the remote meetings, but you want to try to do whatever you can to help yourself get through these remote meetings and do whatever you can to get to your business as quickly as you possibly can. And I believe that was the premise behind this order. I don't know if anyone has any questions on it, but.
Councilor O'Malley has his hand raised. So Councilor O'Malley?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, Solicitor Fallon, I never left the meeting. I just shut my video off. So you can, the same way you don't have your video showing, it's possible for us to shut our videos off. So I never left the meeting. You're just a point of information.
Yeah, I was just using that as an example, but I don't have a moderator controls to see that. But I'm just saying as a person watching, I see some people are coming in and out of the screen. And I just want to make sure that the chair knows that under the executive order, you have to note that. I don't know what, I don't have the, she knows, I think she knows who's there.
If I could clarify, Kate, I think it's a technology gap. When what you're seeing is people who are speaking show up on your screen and people who aren't speaking leave your screen. So that's how the program works, but we're all still here. So there's no need to note that we're dissipating.
Okay, Councilor O'Malley, you're all set. Okay, does anybody else have any questions for City Solicitor Fallon?
No, I don't. No, I don't have, not for her. No, not for city, not for the solicitor.
Okay. Thank you, City Solicitor. I'm going to keep you on if that's okay.
Sure, I'll just mute myself. I'm happy to join by video, but I don't have that capacity. Ron asked to join me by video.
No, that's fine. Councilor Spatafora, did you have something?
Yeah, I just want to make a statement. This intent is not to certainly stop any public meetings and committee meetings. In fact, I would love to go to committee meetings. Being locked in my house with 3 kids for the last 4 weeks, it is more efficient in this unusual time. That's my only ask. And I think if we're going to sit here and think this is usual and we're going to be doing usual business in the next couple of weeks, I don't think it's going to be true. Can you not hear me?
Anybody else?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you before. Were you still talking? I
No,
apologize.
that's fine. That's fine. Just take the vote.
I have a motion on the table.
We have a motion by Councilor Murphy, seconded by Councilor Anderson.
That's correct.
I believe so.
So the clerk will call the roll. Hold on. You're not here. Go ahead, City
Am I
Clerk.
back?
Anderson, yes.
Kamel,
No.
Condon,
Condon, yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Di Maria,
We didn't hear you, Debbie. Unmute yourself.
He's on mute.
Mute. No.
Linehan,
Linehan, no.
Murphy,
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley,
O'Malley, no.
Spatafora,
Spatafora, yes.
Winslow,
Winslow, no.
Seeker,
Sika, yes.
6-5, carries.
Point of order. Suspension of rules requires 2/3 vote.
2/3, that's right. So it needed 8, didn't carry. Fails.
So because that fails, are we not allowed to take up any of these papers,
Nope.
the rest of the papers that are on this docket tonight?
Nope.
Can I make a motion that we suspend the docket rules?
Councilor O'Malley, I did not give you the floor. Attorney Fallon, can you come back on?
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm here. Council President, I'm here.
Okay, so because that failed for not getting 2/3 of a vote, are we able to continue with the papers that are on the docket?
So your next papers on the docket are is it the livery license?
No, we already did those.
I'm sorry. I've got you're on agenda items 8, right? Your next order is the order on HUD, the HUD program. by Counselor Kamel. So is that the next order on the agenda? So what you would do is just, if you want to take a vote to suspend the rule for this particular item, you should do so. And then if that passes by 2/3, you can address that on the floor instead of sending it to a committee. Same thing with the next order.
So we're gonna have to do it for each individual instead of just having to have done it once.
Yes, correct. And then your resolve isn't a committee-driven item. And then I see something on the agenda on Class 2 license that you'll just do the same thing, suspend the rule for that one. So one by one, you would be going through these to suspend the docket rule to have those papers that would typically go to a specific committee just be heard right now by the council by the full council on the floor.
Okay.
And I think someone said it already, but you already had the ability to do this all along. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilor Di Maria.
Thank you, Madam President. And the next docket, which we're talking about, is the CDBG funding. And the due date for that is May 15th. So we have a month for that. So, not to stifle progress, but to do a due diligence with it. If we do forward that to a finance committee, we do have time to dissect it, review it, bring it back to the floor and vote on it. So just my 2 cents. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilor O'Malley.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to hear what the rest of my colleagues say, but I mean, if we just want to suspend the rules for this evening, I think that's fine. But I'll be honest with you, I would like to talk more about the nuts and bolts of the CDBG. So if we want to do that here on the floor, I guess we could do that. But I'm also comfortable with it going to a subcommittee if we don't want to do that.
Okay, so can we, Councilor Kamel, can I have the clerk read the paper before we start discussing it? Because he hasn't even read the next order of business yet. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, my only motion would be to suspend the rules to bring it to talk about it tonight. That was my motion, so. Got it.
Okay. City Clerk, you have to read it before we suspend the rules, correct? Hold on.
You gotta suspend the rules first.
No. I don't.
Go ahead, City Clerk. Oh, hold on. I don't know why this is not working.
You hear me?
Are you there, City Clerk?
I am, I think. Am I here?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna need to suspend the rules to hear the next paper, or you want me to read the paper?
Oh, what should we, what is first? Do we have to suspend the rules first, or can you read the paper and then?
No, I'll read it, and then we'll suspend the rules.
Okay.
Okay, it's paper 101-20 order. The City of Malden file with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development a consolidated plan, including applications for grants under the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 as amended in the Cranston-Gonzalez Housing Act of 1990 as amended to be administered by the Malden Redevelopment Authority for the fiscal year 2021, including all understanding and assurances contained therein on or substantially in the form presented to this meeting, and that Gary Christensen, Mayor and Chief Executive Officer of the City of Malden, be and hereby is directed and designated as the authorized representative for and in the name and behalf of the City of Malden to sign and file said plan, to act in connection with said plan, and to provide such additional information as may be required.
Councilor, excuse me, on Councilor Kamel's motion to suspend docket rule, the clerk will call the roll, right?
Yeah.
4201.
Suspend council rules. Sorry.
It's Rule
Council President.
4201.
Rule 4201. Clerk will call the roll. Hold on.
Ready?
Go ahead.
Anderson,
Anderson, yes.
Kamel,
Yes.
Condon,
Condon, yes.
Crow,
Yes.
DeMaria,
No.
Linehan,
Yes.
Murphy,
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley,
Yes.
Spatafora,
Spatafora, yes.
Winslow,
Winslow, yes.
Sika.
Yes.
Passes 10-1.
Council President, I have a question.
Go ahead, Councilor Crowe.
Thank you. And maybe this is a question for Kate. So this is broken up into 2001-20 and 2002. So this one is really the consolidation plan, and the next one, excuse me, is actually the budget, correct? My point,
Muter, 1 second. My buttons are not working. Okay. Attorney.
Here. Yes, I'm here, Council President.
Okay.
So, City Solicitor, this one really, this next piece really has to do with the consolidation plan and allowing the mayor to submit on behalf of all that good stuff. And then the next one is actually speaking specifically about the budget and how it's broken up into, the programs, public services, affordable housing, physical improvement. Am I correct on that?
Yes, that's how I read it. Yes,
Okay.
Counselor.
Only because, Council President, when we get to that next one, I need to, get a vote to recuse myself because I am an employee of one of the public services. I would, as I usually do every year. So I just wanted to make sure that I recuse myself at the right time. So thank you. So this part we can go forward, and the next one I will recuse.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Crow. Councilor Kamel.
Right, so I would simply refer to the mayor's letter earlier, as read earlier, and also echo Councilor Crowe that this is one part of it. The second paper 102-20, I don't know if this is the sequencing is correct, but I probably would say move to suspend rules and have that read in, and then we can go into detail for the budget. And then as we talk about each portion of the budget, as Councilor Crowe mentioned, we can be specific that we're talking about the portion that she wants to recuse herself from. Does that sequence sound right?
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor O'Malley.
I just wanted to make sure that if members of the MRA, like Director Deb Burke or Alex Pratt, are attendees, that maybe we'd want to invite them into the meeting, considering it has to do with the CDBG budget.
They'll be invited to the meeting. Don't worry. Okay, so Councilor Kamel, did you want to talk about this paper, or are we good?
No, the CDB budget is both of these papers. So no, I want to suspend docket rules for 101-20, which is the second paper, and take those out.
101-20 we just suspended docket rules for, no?
102-20. 102-20.
I'm sorry, it's on opposite. It's not in order on my papers. Okay, so we're gonna take Councilor Kamel's motion to suspend docket rules for paper 101-20. Clerk, you want to read that first?
Yeah, we just suspended rules on 101-20.
That's what I thought. 102-20?
102-20 is the next one. 102-20 is the second paper.
Am I incorrect in saying bring those both onto the floor, and then that's the basis for us discussing the CDBG budget?
You want him to read the next paper and we'll suspend those and then you'll discuss it all together?
Right, and then we'll have the folks from the MRA come and present the budget. The intent.
If you discuss them both together, though, Councilor Crowe needs to recuse herself.
As we discuss the budget, we can discuss it in portions. When we discuss I believe it's the public services portion, she can make a motion to recuse herself. She recuses herself. We can discuss that.
Yes.
We can finish that one. She comes back and discuss the rest of it. Am I correct? Councilor Crowe, is that your intent?
Yes, it's the public services. In years past, sometimes we've broken it out to discuss each number in the programs, and others they've done it all at one time. So if we do it all at once, then I need to recuse myself for the whole thing. If we take it out one by one, then I'll recuse myself for number 2, public services.
But in Council President, I don't believe she's speaking of taking 101-20 and 102-20 separately. I believe she's talking about taking sections of the budget up for debate separately.
Oh, okay. City Clerk, you can do the next order of business.
I don't think we voted on 102 that, so.
Yeah, move to suspend the rules to accept 102.
Okay.
You ready?
Clerk. Hold on. Councilor O'Malley.
I'm a little confused. So we're voting on a consolidated plan for the CDBG. I haven't seen that plan. I looked through the email that we were given, but I don't see the consolidated plan. I haven't reviewed it. I don't know where, has anyone else reviewed the consolidated plan?
Council President.
Councilor Crowe.
Can we get a presentation on it? I don't know.
Well, the consolidated plan was put together even before like applications were due for these, for a lot of these things. And I have read it. It is quite lengthy. It is up on the website. We did get an email. I can't see my emails right now, but quite a while ago when these were due, probably in mid-February, the draft of the consolidated plan. So that has been available to us.
I think that now that you mentioned I wasn't sure if there was a difference between the draft and the final. If there's no difference, I mean, I'm wondering, can we invite the MRA to at least tell us about this? Because I think that's kind of why they're in the panel.
Councilor O'Malley, my intent is to suspend the docket rules, so we bring this in front of us, and then we have them speak and present, and then we can ask them questions.
We've already suspended the rules, from my understanding.
We only suspended it for paper 102-20. We now have to do them individually for every paper because the last one failed.
Understood. Okay. We don't have to suspend the rules to talk about it. We only have to suspend the rules to not send it to committee, so that we can still talk about it.
Okay.
Okay with suspending the rules. I'm okay with suspending. Let's just move forward with that. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. City Clerk, next order of business, 102-20. 102-20.
Okay, 102-20, order that the mayor be authorized to file an application for grants under the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 in the Cranston.
He froze. Hold on. He doesn't have his phone on. Hopefully he'll come back on. Maybe he'll pick up his phone. City Clerk?
Yes.
You're back. Okay. We lost you.
That's Ron Cochran, just so you know. I got 2 cell phones next to me. Trying to, when I go down lunch, trying to get me back in and all that. I apologize.
Can you just repeat that paper? We lost you at the very beginning.
More than happy. 1002-20. That the mayor be authorized to file an application for grants under the Housing and Community Development Act of 1974 and the Cranston-Gonzalez Housing Act of 1990 CDBG budget.
On Councilor Kamel's motion to suspend the rule, the clerk will call the roll.
Anderson.
Anderson, yes.
Kamel.
Kamel, yes.
Condon.
Condon, yes.
Crow.
Crow, yes.
Maria.
Yes.
Linehan.
Linehan, yes.
Murphy.
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley.
O'Malley, yes.
Spatafora. Spatafora.
Sorry, the mute button wasn't working. Spatafora, yes.
Winslow.
Winslow, yes.
Speaker.
Sika, yes.
Passes 10-1.
Who's the one?
Did you vote no?
No, I voted yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was last time.
Yes, passes 11-0.
Okay, Councilor Kamel for the paper.
Again, referring earlier to the letter from the mayor, this is the CDBG budget that we usually refer to finance each year. Of course, under the circumstances, and I think we should talk about this on the floor. It affects all of our wards, and I would defer to the council president to invite the MRA to discuss and present the plan and the rationale behind it.
Okay, we are going to put Alex Pratt from the MRA in. Mr. Cochran doing that right now.
I'll take care of that.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Pratt. How are you?
I'm well, Madam President. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
So thank you for taking this budget up. As one of the councilors mentioned earlier, we do have a May 15th due date to HUD, and with everything else going on, we'd love to have that as soon as we can, understanding, of course, the need to closely review the budget to make sure it aligns with the city's need. Firstly, to reiterate some points from the mayor's letter on the budget, this budget is...
Excuse me, hang on a second. Council President?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Pratt, can we just talk about the consolidation plan and what is driving the budget? Because when we get into the budget specifics, I believe I need to recuse myself, and I don't want to mess that up. So the first one, 101, is really talking about what that 5-year consolidated plan looks like that's driving the budget. And then when we talk to the budget specifics, I will recuse myself depending on how we go forward. Sorry, I don't mean to be a pain.
No worries.
Absolutely. So the consolidated plan is our 5-year plan. And what we file annually is called our annual action plan. So this coming fiscal year, beginning July 1, is the start of our new 5-year consolidated plan, as well as the first annual action plan under that plan. So your memory was correct, Councilor Crow. We submitted the draft annual action plan in mid-February for a 30-day public comment period. That was around the same time that the CDBG applications were open. And the plan really was the conclusion of a months-long process we began, I believe, in May or June of last year. And it included talking to more than 70 organizations from across Malden that serve Malden. And we're really trying to figure out what is the best way over the course of the next 5 years that we can best meet the needs of low and moderate income people in the city of Malden. The CDBG program is designed to address the causes and consequences of poverty. So this was our process of coming up with essentially a strategic plan for the next 5 years. And we did have some public hearings on that and received some helpful comment. I know Councillor O'Malley, you attended. Councillor Winslow, I think you may have attended as well, one of those. So that feedback was really helpful. And all the feedback is included in the final consolidated plan that we will submit to HUD. Now, of course, there are also things we did not anticipate 5 or 6 or 7 months ago as we were working on this, including the coronavirus.
Too many things for me to handle.
So I think that one thing we'll have to be doing is making sure that as we are submitting the final plan, that we are including language in there that response to some kind of disaster response. And HUD is issuing guidance to us. We actually received guidance yesterday morning on how to be doing that work.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try that. Okay. All right.
Councillor Crowe, did that address your question?
Yes. So, Council President, if I may.
Yes.
Sorry, you don't mean to be. So I would make a motion that we vote on 101.20, because that is just really authorizing that they can submit the consolidation plan.
Yep.
And then we'll move on to 102, again, the budget that related to the consolidation plan.
Yep. Does Councillor Crowe have a second?
Second.
I'll second.
I just had a
I
question.
think Councillor Spatafora had his hand up before anybody else spoke. So, okay. So on Councillor Crowe's motion, seconded by Councillor Spatafora, the clerk will call the roll. Hold on.
I think
All right.
Anderson,
Anderson, yes.
Kamel,
Yes.
Condon,
Condon, yes.
Crowe,
Yes.
Di Maria,
No.
Linehan,
Linehan, yes.
Murphy,
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley.
I'm a yes, but I think Councillor Winslow was trying to say something. I just wanted to point that out.
We got to finish this now, I think.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to comment.
O'Malley, Spatafora,
Yes.
Hold
Spatafora,
on.
yes.
O'Malley was muted. I don't know how you just got muted. Hold on. Go ahead, Councillor O'Malley.
So Councillor Winslow had his hand up before we started voting.
We're already in the middle of the vote, though. I didn't see it, so I apologize. I'll talk to him. I'll let him speak after.
Understood. I'll abstain.
Spatafora,
Spatafora, yes.
Winslow.
Yes, but I also have a question as well. So
Okay. Sika.
Yes.
Carries 9-1 with one abstention.
Okay. Councillor Winslow, I apologize. I did not see your hand up.
no, I just had a question for Alex. I believe under the CARES Act, there's some more flexibility. I think it really relates more to the budget, but is there any impact of the CARES Act related to, a consolidated plan? So.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Winslow. So everything we do in every annual action plan, every annual budget has to tie back to the consolidated plan, the comp plan, or the strategic plan. So every time we change something or if we do something that we did not anticipate or didn't, obviously the consolidated plan is speaking more broadly and in bigger, broader, less specific terms than the annual budget will. So if we were, let's say, in year 3 of a 5-year plan, the CARES Act provides us with some flexibility in how we would make an amendment. Because we are submitting a new consolidated plan, this consolidated plan before you tonight will not need to go through an amendment process because we can kind of put that in there now as we, before we submit it to HUD. What we will need to do is we will need to modify the current year consolidated plan, the one that ends June 30th. And the CARES Act did provide some flexibility on that. And what we'll do is we're still reviewing the guidance, but what we will end up doing is we will sort of tuck in somewhere, responding to disaster response, or ensuring some sort of response to disaster. And that language will allow us to justify using the CARES Act funding that we'll talk about later tonight.
Okay, so we're just plan that we've just voted on will have some language to deal with the CARES Act and the pandemic, and then we can just make some amendment to the first year budget. I guess that's all right. Thank you.
And the first year budget, well, we can talk about that when we get to the first year budget, but you won't need to amend the first year budget that's before you tonight, because we've already anticipated when we submit that to how that language will already be there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Nobody wants to speak. Councilor Crowe, are you going to recuse yourself? Hold on.
I'm happy. I will recuse myself because I'm not sure if we usually we don't take it in piece by piece. And if we do take it piece by piece, that means money can't be moved from one that has happened in years past from one sort of area to another. Do you mean that will sort of affect that? So if it's down to the whole budget, I'll just make a motion that recuses myself for the budget portion.
Who's
O'Malley.
O'Malley, you seconded? Okay. On Councilor Crow's motion to recuse herself, seconded by Councilor O'Malley, the clerk will call the roll.
I'm gonna have to turn the phone on the side.
Hold on. Clerk, are you here? Hold on.
Do you hear me now?
Yep, now we can hear you.
Anderson.
Anderson, yes.
Kamel.
Kamel, yes.
Condon.
Condon, yes.
Crow.
Yes.
DeMaria.
Yes.
Linehan.
Linehan, yes.
Murphy.
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley.
Yes.
Betafora. Betafora.
Hold on.
Spatafora, yes.
Winslow.
Winslow, yes.
Speaker.
Speaker, yes.
Council closed recused 11-0.
Councilor Kamel. Oh, hold on one second. Councilor Murphy.
I also have a statement to make, which I make every year, and as many of you are new councils will not have heard this before. I am a board of director member of the Malden Tea Enrichment Center, which is also listed in the public services section of this document. However, I dealt with the State Ethics Commission a number on this and have had rulings on it. As long as I can, and I am at this moment stating this, that I can look at the budget objectively, and MTech being, on this paper will no way affect my ability to make a good decision on the release of these funds. That I just need to alert you to the fact that I do hold that position. I am in no way paid for it, nor do I receive any remuneration in any way, shape, or form for it, but need to go on record to just let that be a stated fact for this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Kamel, are we going to go right into Alex Pratt?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Alex, can you hear it?
Yes, thank you, Madam President.
Okay.
So this annual budget for Mayor Christensen doubles down on our commitment to housing security with a new home buyer program run by the Asian Community Development Corporation, or ACDC, which will increase investments in housing stabilization. We've also increased some of our existing housing stabilization programs, including homelessness prevention and rental assistance programs. We're going to be talking about that in a bigger picture later on tonight when we talk about the CARES Act funding. I just want to emphasize that this is for the annual budget, and the CARES Act funding is kind of in addition to, and we're dreaming bigger when it comes to that pot of funds. But I'll talk more about that when we get to that. And then we also, in this budget, have a new civil legal aid program for the elderly, which is going to be run by Greater Boston Legal Services. They offer civil legal aid to low-income people in the Greater Boston area. And this program will assist low-income seniors with legal issues involving housing, healthcare, elder abuse, and other issues that come up. Just walking through the budget, we have a total entitlement of about 1.4 million. This is a increase over the last couple of years, although it is still below the, I believe it was FY10 federal funding level. Basically, when the Great Recession hit, we saw this number go down quite a bit, and we have not yet recovered, although we have been making gains. Obviously, that's top of mind right now when we talk about how we're going to be assisting people in the long term when we don't know how the coronavirus will impact us. Hopefully this time next year, we'll all be laughing at what I'm saying now. In terms of a prior uncommitted balance, this is what we get from loan payoffs primarily, or if a project comes in under budget. So we have a rehab program that I'll speak to in a moment. When people are paying back their loans, it goes back into our budget so we can spend it on the programs that we're talking about tonight. On the affordable housing component, in prior years, this category has been referred to as CDBG rehab or housing rehab. We clarified what this category is because we've had some discussions, and the mayor is pretty keen on a program that he's proposed where the new Affordable Housing Trust Fund that is meeting for the first time tomorrow, I believe, could potentially want to use some Affordable Housing Trust Fund funds to acquire or help rehab vacant and foreclosed properties throughout the city to make sure that those are turned into affordable and then put them back on the market so that low-income Malden residents could use them. So what this change in the budget that you're seeing here allows the rehab money to assist that effort. So it's not just a matter of the affordable housing rehab that we do through the MRA, which we do every year. We are continuing to do that, but we are changing the language. So if the Affordable Housing Trust Fund moves in this direction, we should be able to assist them as things come up. On the public services side, so the public services are typically capped at 15%. And so as we have an increase in our entitlement amount this year, that number has increased. However, I do want to point out that the CARES Act has suspended that 15% cap. So we are able to, when we talk about the CARES Act funds that we'll be talking about later tonight, that public services cap does not apply. And that's really important for reasons we can discuss when we talk about that pot of funding. Again, most of these public services are the same. We've had some changes. I talked about ACDC, their building blocks. It's a home buyer program for Malden residents who are low income, who are trying to figure out how do they buy a home, how do they save up funds. That's what that program is going to be working on. And then the civil legal aid program for Malden elders. On the physical improvement side on the next page, and I'm sure folks, if you have questions, we can talk about them at the end. On the physical improvement side, we continue with our support for the ADA sidewalks program. This is a flexible pot of kind of a flexible line item where the city engineering department has been really flexible in terms of if we give them $180,000, if they get $250,000, whatever is provided to them, they pair with Chapter 90 money and make sure that they integrate these into their larger program of trying to make sure that ADA sidewalks that sidewalks are ADA compliant and that we have signal improvements that are ADA compliant as well throughout the city. The Bread of Life building project, it's called the Under One Roof project. That's a project to build on the current Bread of Life site, a food pantry. There's a food pantry there already. It has, if you've been in the building, you've probably seen a number of issues with the exterior and the interior of the building. It needs to be a new building.
You take it back? How was it?
It will increase the capacity of the project and the ability of Bread of Life to food to Malden residents. They served 1 million meals last year, and this will help expand their capacity. And most of those meals are served to low-income Malden residents. The other component of that project that we are not funding, there are kind of two sides of the project. There's the food pantry side, which is what this $400,000 is going towards, and then there's an affordable housing component on top of the food pantry. So the food pantry is the first couple levels, and then I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2 stories on the food pantry side. I think it might just be the one. But then on the affordable housing side, they're building 14 studios that are restricted to people who are formerly homeless and veterans, as what I believe their funding, their housing funding is going towards. And then we have $100,000 for tot lot improvements at the Salemwood School, and those include resurfacing, fixing resurfacing issues, addressing some drainage issues, and adding 3 play panels. Planning, admin, and management, that's capped at 20%, and so that's what you see here. Section 108 loan repayments, that includes the Section 108 roads that I believe you voted on maybe 2 years ago. So that's a payment, actually might have been 2016, I think, when that paper first came before the council. Regardless, that's a payment on that project, which addressed some neighborhood roads, and then the senior center rehab and housing task force program. So you can see that the $457,000 that we spent on the Section 108 loan payments, I believe it's about 40% of the entitlement. I should recalculate that number before tonight, but I think it's in that range. So that's just a good number to keep in mind. In total, we have in total revenue 1.9 million that we've budgeted here to spend as allocated.
Anybody have any questions? Councilor Winslow.
Related to public services in the CARES Act. So this budget doesn't budget the CARES Act funding. So, so that's going to be taken up with the following papers on rental assistance. Does that cover all the CARES Act money? Or, I mean, I noticed particularly like Bread of Life doesn't have any service money. Is that something we could take CARES Act money and fill in? Is that any plan on that? Or is the CARES Act money otherwise not going to help any of these services that are listed here?
That's a great question, Councillor. So let me address the Bread of Life question first. So Bread of Life volunteered that if they were to receive funds through the public, through the physical improvement section of the budget for their building, that they would be happy to forego the public services assistant for their operating budget. So because we're giving them, because we're assisting them with their building project, they offered and we elected to provide those funds to other public services.
So, I mean, so sure. Knowing that, you know, one of the things we're all seeing is that the food banks are getting slammed across the country. Could we use CARES Act money to help Bread of Life if they need it? You know, I mean, if we pass this budget, is there money going to be available for the CARES Act to help on food as well as housing?
We could. I did speak with the executive director of Bread of Life, Gabriella Snyder-Stelmack. I want to say it was last week. And she said that their biggest need right now is not operating funds, but is volunteers. And so as I know President Sika mentioned, different folks going out and serving meals in the community in our opening address tonight. I want to keep that in mind, that what Bread of Life needs right now is bodies, and they were very happy that we were dedicating funding towards rental assistance, which we'll talk more about on the CARES Act side.
Okay, so I'm also looking at the Asian Community Development Corporation funding the Building Blocks Home Buyer Program. If, you know, home buying kind of slows down because of people being worried about, you know, purchasing a home in this environment, there's flexibility to put that money elsewhere, or will that just kind of hold there? I mean, how does that money get spent? Is it per kind of advice, or is it just a direct grant to ACDC?
So if the budget is executed, it goes to HUD, and if HUD approves, which we would expect that they would, the MRA is then authorized by the mayor and the city council to enter into a contract with ACDC for the $11,000 program. Theoretically, we could elect not to. However, I will say that from what we've seen in recent days is the housing market in Boston has not slowed. Some luxury units may not be filling from a investment side in terms of investor-owned properties may not be moving as quickly, but we have heard a lot of reports of people still going to open houses, doing open houses virtually. I heard an anecdote about someone who was signing, they were doing a closing in one car as their lawyer was in the other car, and they were handing this bag of documents back and forth. So we have not seen any indication that the housing market will slow significantly yet. That doesn't mean that those numbers aren't lagging. But regardless, I still think that there's going to be an interest among low-income people, especially low-income people who are struggling paycheck to paycheck, who maybe they can still continue to make their rent, but they want to get out of that situation. What this program would do is it would help them get out of that situation and get into something more stable. And this is the balance between how are we focusing on rental assistance, which is going to help stabilize people where they are right now if they're at risk of becoming homeless or being evicted or moving into an overcrowded or unsafe environment. And then how do we think about the long term in terms of what our long-term affordable housing needs, which is to get low-income people to be able to afford to buy homes, which are, as you mentioned, the housing market in Boston. I mean, everything in Boston is, pretty much out of reach for anyone who's low income in our CDBG program. And so when we think about that, it's kind of about how do we pair the immediate need, and that's what we're proposing tonight for doing with the CARE Act funding, is to do rental assistance on the housing side and small business assistance on the business side. But this annual budget kind of takes a long view as well and says, after we're through the storm, we're still going to have a lot of people in Malden who want to buy a home, who are low income, who cannot. And so that's why we're pretty confident in this program.
So just a question. I know there's some utility assistance money. I guess I'm trying to think of, it's hard to know what's going to be like 6 months out. How much flexibility, like if a lot of people couldn't pay their utility bills, and right now it's only $5,000, is it possible to amend 6 months from now if we find the needs have totally changed?
It is possible. Excuse me, Councilor. It is possible. I do think that we're going to see more federal money coming in after this initial first round, especially if this were to last for 6 months. We do have flexibility to make changes, and the CARES Act has increased that flexibility. But generally, I think what we want to make sure that we're doing is we want to make sure that we are using the new money that comes in to respond to this crisis, while also making sure that once it's over, we're not leaving a lot of low-income people high and dry when it comes to the other needs. Now, we did, as the information was coming in, the mayor was really deliberate about making sure that we invested in programs, and particularly this year on the housing assistance side. So even in this annual budget, and I'll talk more about the rental assistance piece when we talk about the CARES funding, but even in the annual budget, this is the highest amount that we have ever dedicated towards housing stabilization. And that was a deliberate choice, not just because it was a priority. I mean, last year's budget was also the most we've ever dedicated to housing assistance, but this year is more so. And I think one reason the mayor felt strongly about doubling down on this was because we saw this wave coming from coronavirus, and wanted to make sure that we were supporting organizations that really make Malden a community and that will help keep this community together throughout the crisis.
So one last question on the Bread of Life physical improvement money, $400,000 this year. Do we anticipate that kind of in year 2 of the consolidated plan, there might be an additional request? Is that, just trying to get a sense, is this kind of a one-time thing, or?
This is a one-time thing. They may decide to ask us for public services assistance in the future. I'm not sure. We haven't had that conversation. I think right now they're just really grateful for the funding. This is going to go towards helping them close on all their funders for their new building project.
Okay, well that's fantastic, because I know funding for the food pantry side was very difficult for several reasons. So it's great to see that commitment, supportive of that. Thank you for answering questions. Great. I'm done.
Thank you. Councilor O'Malley.
I see Councilor Anderson waving.
I
just
saw
note it.
him. He'll be next.
Okay. I had a question. So all these programs, regardless of who they go to, whether it's ACDC or Just a Start, Housing Families, etc., Mystic Valley Elder Services, this money is going to go to Malden residents, right? Like they are required to spend this money on Malden residents, or at least in Malden.
Yes, Malden residents.
Okay. Does the 400,000 for the Bread of Life, does that get them to 100%? Is this the final leg that they need in order for them to build what they need to, or are they still fundraising to get to the end?
They are still fundraising. So if anyone's feeling generous tonight, they are still fundraising. They are much closer, and they are waiting on a funding round from the Department of Housing and Community Development at the state level. We're expecting to hear, well, let me say a month ago, we were expecting to hear around this time in mid-April, maybe early May. We're not sure yet if that's still on track, depending on how DHCD is handling their work from home situation and application review. But we do feel good about the program, about the finances for Bread of Life. We're optimistic that they're going to get to where they need to be. They're much closer than where they've ever been before. And if this DHCD funding comes through, they have a really clear path of getting things done. And then I'll say, as clear as anyone does in the current day.
And I'm hoping that, with everything going on and the fact that there's so much precarious situation with people's living situations, that there will be hopefully more federal and state funds coming in that Bread of Life will be able to take advantage of to get to the end. But if for some reason priorities, this whole crazy stuff that's going on in the world, if for some reason any of these projects are not able to go forward, how long does the money stay held encumbered before it comes back to prior uncommitted balances?
So generally, certainly with something of this size, if that were to happen, we would, firstly, I think we would see, is it something where it's going to happen next year, or is it, we're not sure? Is it looking 3 or 4 years out? The answer will depend on the project.
But there's no requirement. We can keep it as long as we want.
No, there is a requirement of, I believe it's 5 years. And there's also a requirement that we spend funds, we can keep any one item for 5 years, but we want to make sure that at no time do we ever have, basically there's a timeliness test that HUD calls it, where we have to make sure that we're spending enough of our money regularly. And we've had no problem doing that in the past. But if we were to hold something like this up, probably for more than a year or two, we might need to take a look at that.
Great, thank you. And then the tot lot, that's the tot lots, that's separate from the Roosevelt Park project, correct?
Correct.
And then the last question I have, the MRA admin amount, is that the full 20%?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have a breakdown of where that money? Obviously, I know that money's paying largely for your salary. Do you know where the money, the rest of it goes in terms of the breakdown?
I'm going to defer to my boss, the executive director, Debbie Burke.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Hi, Debbie.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes. Okay, good. Trying to get used to these kind of meetings, so bear with me. In terms of the admin question, Councillor Alex did point out that per HUD rules, we're allowed to use up to 20% in admin to cover administrative costs, and those costs do include the entire salary and benefits paid to Mr. Pratt as the director of the Community Development Block Grant Program. It also pays portions of some of the salaries of persons who interface with the program on a regular basis, including me, and working with Alex, to make sure that the programs be administrated correctly. And Also, people in our finance office who are charged with drawing down the funds and sending out the checks to the requisite public service providers on a regular basis. And in this particular planning budget this year, there is a $20,000 allowance that is being done to for the city to undertake an ADA self-assessment and evaluation. That's been something that will open the doors to more grant opportunities for the city of Malden. It's been a priority and pet project and request for a couple of years now from the Disability Issues Commission. And the last time the city had an ADA self-evaluation was under Mayor Howard's administration, and he's been out of office since 2012. So I'm not exactly sure when that self-evaluation took place, but it's one now that if we get it done, it takes a pretty careful look at our parks, playgrounds, public facilities in terms of ADA accessibility issues, and then it opens up the opportunity to get state grants for ADA purposes.
And that 20% is coming out of planning.
$20,000 is coming out of that planning and admin budget.
Okay. Thank you. And then one last question. I saw on the I was able to Google the consolidated plan, the draft that was on your website.
Good.
I saw that this is for 8 communities: Malden, Arlington, Medford, Revere, Melrose, Chelsea, Everett, and Winthrop. Do you also get administrative funds from all of those communities?
The Malden Redevelopment Authority, in I think it was 1991, created something called the North Suburban Consortium, and that brings together 8 communities, the ones that you so articulated. They had to be surrounding contiguous communities to form a consortium. That consortium gets home funds, and it's home with the capital H, H-O-M-E, I mean, all 4 caps. And those federal funds are to advance affordable housing initiatives in all 8 of those communities. We are restricted with that program, and we are capped at drawing 10% in administrative fees to cover that program. And that, for the most part, goes to a portion of an administrative assistant who works part-time on home and CDBG. And it goes to the full-time director of the home program, and a small piece underwriting the finance work that has to go in the finance office in terms of establishing the budget and issuing checks for that program.
Do you manage the CDBG for all of those communities too, or just home?
We just manage home.
Okay. And so okay, understood. Okay. Thank you for answering questions. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor O'Malley. Councilor Condon.
Thank you, Madam President. Alex, has any attempt been made to work with bond counsel on this 2.4 million on road improvements and the senior housing rehab to try to rewrite those bonds?
That's a good question, Councilor. Thank you. We were able to secure fixed financing through HUD. I think it was maybe March of last year on the 2.4 million on roads. HUD does a public public financing every 4 years or so. So we probably will not see another opportunity to get a fixed financing rate through HUD until they do another one. And that's really dependent on how many communities nationwide are interested in pursuing Section 108 loans. And those are secured through a private lender and kind of administered by HUD and the private lender. So for us, it's Bank of New York Mellon. What we're going to be seeing in terms of interest rates in the next couple of months, I mean, we should certainly take a look at it. I'm not sure on the what the interest rate is on that senior center rehab housing task force loan, because that would have been, I think it was set in 2008. So we might want to look at that. But I'm not sure what our terms are on that contract of if we could renegotiate or go in for a lower interest rate.
But you're not required to have to go through HUD, are you, to finance?
On this program using Section 108, we are.
You are. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Condon. Councilor DiMaria.
Thank you, Madam President. And Alex, thank you very much for your hard work. The public services listed are wonderful. It's great to see the repeat programs that we are subsidizing with this. If you could speak on the Communitas first, that seems to have gone from 8,700 to 6 to 3,500 adaptive swim program. Could you just refresh my memory what that is again?
Sure. So Communitas works with youth and adults with disabilities. They have for a number of years had a very successful program at the Y, where there's time set aside for people with disabilities to swim in safe and encouraging ways. This funding amount has gone down by their request. They have made some changes to their program where they were not incurring the same amount of costs. And it's not often someone says, "Hey, can you give me less money next year?" But we were happy to do it. It's a great program.
Great. And then moving on to physical improvements. It looks like the ADA sidewalks, and I know you spoke on that. Last year was 250,000, and now we're going down to 100,000. Is it because we don't have that need anymore? Or, I mean, that's like more than half. So could you speak on that?
The reason for that is sure. Thank you, Councilor. Sorry to interrupt. So the reason for that is because if you look at the total number for the total physical improvements, we try to stay around that $600,000 number. And in order to basically fit in these other projects, the Bread of Life and the Salem Wood, we did have to reduce that. The ADA sidewalk is not something we have done every year. I think it's new as of FY 2018, if I remember correctly. And so that number has always fluctuated kind of up and down since then. It kind of just depends on what the rest of the budget is looking at. And the city engineer's office has been really effective at, whether we give them 150, whether we give them 250, they're going to stretch that and make that work and match that with the Chapter 90 funds and other funds that they have available to make those improvements. And so that's kind of why this project, why you see it every year, and also why you see it fluctuate, is because, you can't build 30% of a food pantry, but you can build 30% fewer or 30% more ADA sidewalks or pedestrian improvements.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but we'll continue that, I hope. And the last thing is the Salem Wood School talk law. So this is exciting to me. Tell me what the resurfacing you said 3 play panels. What can you embellish that a little bit?
Sure. So this project will address, they have a mulch surfacing now that really needs to be upgraded. So what we are looking at is doing a rubber safety surfacing, and that will address issues where there are students who are right now who are maybe eating the mulch. The mulch is very dirty. Really, it's not a good situation in terms of just the health and safety of kids, to say nothing of the fun element and just the cleanliness. There's just a number of things we want to address there with the surfacing. So that was something we knew we wanted to do. We also want to address some drainage issues there. And then the 3 play panels, there are a number of play panels throughout the city. The ones I'm thinking of right now are newly installed at Forestdale, at the Forest School. And these are, I'm gesturing with my hands, but you can't see them. These are kind of panels that a child would walk up to, and maybe it's tic-tac-toe, maybe it's a sensory element where we like to use a lot of like sound equipment where you touch something, maybe it comes back to you, or it helps you, especially for nonverbal kids. We found that that's been effective. And then they also have play panels that can be used on both sides for students who really want to be collaborative. And what we did at the Forestdale School is we have one that's kind of set aside in a corner up against the school where you can't really put something that's two-sided, there's just not room for it. And so that piece of equipment is designed for kids who have autism and who may want to play and engage, but maybe on their own. And so we kind of, the the exciting thing about the play panels is you can really tailor it to the needs of the students and the needs of the community. And I know Councillor Murphy was working closely with his teachers at the Salem Wood. And I remember going out and meeting with him. I think it was December. There was still snow on the ground. And we were going out and we were meeting and we walked through the playground and we talked about the play panels and different ideas that they had for the playground. So the teachers and the staff at the Salem Wood School have really been involved in this process. And I think some of them were special ed teachers as well. And so they could speak to that need. So that's what we're aiming for here with this amount of funding.
Great. And so that's what you're saying is that's for all learners at any level, for all learners. So that's wonderful.
Yes.
How large is that? How large is the total lot? Do you have the, is it?
The square footage, let me see. If you'll just bear with me for a moment.
Sure, thank you.
Counselor, do you mind if I follow up? I'm sure I have it here somewhere.
Yeah, you can also get back to me. I think it was just to be, this is committee work, so we all have a lot of questions. So certainly, Alex, you can get back to me on it. And I thank you for your hard work. I know there's a lot of tough decisions that are made in this and based on our need annually. And thank you very much for the time to ask my question.
Thank you, Councilor.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. Are you there?
Yes, am I unmuted? Okay, I'm good. Okay. Alex, thank you for coming, and as always, always do a great job in your presentation. I do have three quick, which I hope are pretty quick questions, and it's all in the public services area. The first one has to do with the Asian Community Development Corporation, and I only ask this because as we're speaking about it and you've been showing it, I want to make sure that the public understands that although it says Asian, that is not just for Asian, that the building block home buyer program is for everybody in the community, and there will be outreach from ACDC to everyone. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct.
Okay, just sometimes names can be misleading, and I just want to make sure that it doesn't matter who you are, if you fall into the category of needing help with the home buyer program, that there should be significant outreach to all of our community members. So the second one was once again about outreach. I'm absolutely thrilled to see the Greater Boston Legal Services addition here for $15,000 for legal aid to Malden elders. I think that's an area that's been overlooked for way too long in some of the needs of our elder community. And I just was curious as to, have they given you any idea as to how the outreach of that will happen so our elders will know that this program is in place?
Yes, thank you, Counselor. They've, in their application, they spoke about interviewing clients at nursing homes, hospitals, their own homes, court hearings. They have they're a pretty large organization. They get a lot of intake from different areas, and they identified a need here, particularly among Malden seniors. So they probably, frankly, do a lot of this work already, and I think they realized that they had a particular need in Malden for providing senior aid. So that's what they're looking at. But they did specify nursing homes and hospitals, and then the client's home. They also have an intake line, a hotline that you or any of your constituents could call if they were having an issue and they were low income, whether they are seniors or not. And this funding will go towards an attorney to assist Malden seniors with civil legal aid issues.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is regarding Justice Resource Institute in Chavez, which is so sad to say, and I'm not sure if a lot of people in the city actually know that we have a lot of high school seniors who are homeless, which is a sad thing in today's world, to think that our children who are struggling to get a high school diploma to move themselves forward are sleeping on a couch somewhere, or I guess the term is couch surfing, just to be able to have a place to sleep at night. So my question here is, did we fully fund the ask from Youth Harbors?
We did.
Okay. Thank you. That was it.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Anderson next.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, these are all very good programs that we see every year. Hard to make choices one or the other, but there are a couple of omissions that I guess I'd like to ask you how you came to the conclusion. For example, the North Shore Black Women's Association, that was zero funded this year. What was the thinking behind that?
Sure. They did not submit an application this year. We worked with them extensively over the last couple of months to make sure that funds were being used in a way that was CDBG eligible. And we had helped kind of craft and design a program, and they were working on it and thinking about it. We had a lengthy collaborative process with them, and unfortunately, the requirements of the CDBG program, because we do our best to make it easy for folks, but it is pretty heavy paperwork, and the requirements of the CDBG program made it such that they weren't sure it was the best direction in terms of their mission and vision. So that's why they chose not to submit an application, and henceforth why they were not funded. But that does not mean we don't support them as an organization. They do a lot of great work in Malden. It just might not be the best fit for the CDBG program.
Well, they've had these funds in prior years. Are you saying that their organization's mission has changed, and is that the reason that it isn't the same fit?
No, I think what we've seen, if you'll allow me, over the last couple of years from Washington is a increased focus on the paperwork side.
Okay.
And they kind of said, you know what, this is not a good fit.
Okay. And the tailored for success, I'd ask the same question.
Yes. So we were a little surprised that they did not submit an application this year. And when I reached out, they said they're just in transition. They're moving their location. They're trying to bring on some new staff, and we expect an application from them next year.
So my final question then is, if some of these other organizations that we have funded or that we're applying for funds for, if they don't use all of their money, are you able to shift some of the money to fill the gaps here? For example, some of these that have asked for like Malden Reads as an example, they've asked for $3,000. If some of the other organizations didn't use all of their money, could we shift more money to Malden Reads?
We could. Generally, what you see in this budget is that work being done already. So if an organization doesn't use all their funds in 1 year, we add that into that prior uncommitted balance number in the following. So if you look up at the top of the budget this year, that's $495,834. That number includes any public services that didn't spend their funds in the previous fiscal year.
So let me follow that. So using this, the $495,834 was not used in the prior year, and you added it into this year?
Most of that is loan payments that we get throughout the year. Some of it is prior project balances. So if we were doing a project at a park and the bid comes in under budget, or if the public services organization that doesn't spend all their funds, that's how those funds all kind of go into that prior uncommitted balance number with the loan payments, and that's what we spend. That's how we come up with our current budget.
Okay, well, I think you do a great job. Great organizations. They all deserve the funding that's here. I don't want to take away from any of them. These are all hard choices that have to be made. And for those organizations that have decided not to submit because of the cumbersomeness of the paperwork, I guess we might want to try to work with them some more to help them through that paperwork maze. So thank you very much, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Anybody else have any questions? Alex Pratt or Debbie Burke? Nope. Okay. Councilor Kamel?
Move to would be approve the budget.
You're looking to vote to approve?
Motion to approve.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up on me.
Motion to approve the CDBG budget.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, on Councilor Kamel's motion to approve the CDBG budget, seconded by Councilor Linehan, the clerk will call the roll. Oh, hold on, sorry. Go ahead,
Anderson,
City Clerk.
Anderson, yes.
Kamel,
Kamel, yes.
Condon,
Condon, yes.
Crow. Oh, sorry. DeMaria,
Yes.
Linehan,
Linehan, yes.
Murphy,
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley,
O'Malley, yes.
Spatafora,
Spatafora, yes.
Winslow,
Winslow, yes.
Sika.
Sika, yes.
Carries 10-0.
Okay, next order of business, I will try to get Peg back on. Oh, there she is. Okay. Okay. So next order of business.
Resolve, paper 103-20.
City Clerk, are you frozen again? I think he might be. Give him a second. He usually unfreezes after a minute. Oh boy. Oh, there you are. Hold on, and it mutes you. I don't know why it does that. Ron, it's not showing the unmute button on City Clerk Lucy. Oh, hold on, it came up. Okay.
Am I good?
You're back. Okay.
Okay, good. Okay. It's a resolve, paper 103-20, resolved that the city council endorses the mayor's proposals for a Malden Rental Assistance Fund and a small business assistance program to prevent, prepare for, and respond to COVID-19, and that the Malden Redevelopment Authority be instructed to take all necessary steps to establish these programs as expedient as possible.
Does anybody have any questions on this? It's pretty self-explanatory. Anybody's hands up? Hold on.
I'll make a motion.
All right, make a motion.
Oh, I'll make a
Second.
motion.
Okay, so on Councilor Spatafora's motion, oh, hold on, Councilor O'Malley. It's not unmuting. Can you pressure speak your space bar? It's not
Yes.
working from my end.
Sorry about that.
Nope.
Is this the one that, is this where we're going to be? Hold on one second. Is this the one, are we going to be presented like kind of what the plan is here by anyone?
That was my question.
I've only heard about it kind of, not like officially.
Madam President,
Yep. Alex.
thank you. We have a presentation that I can share, if I can share my screen, and if we have a presentation about the CARES Act funding.
Okay.
Great.
I think Mr. Cochran may need to give me permissions to share my screen.
I'm working on that. We may have an issue with that, the way that you came in. So my suggestion would be that you, if you want to quickly email that to me as a backup, then I can share it from
Sure.
my own. Okay, so you are now, you should now be able to present, Alex. Share your screen.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Let me just share my screen here. All right, can everyone see my PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Yep. Excellent. And everyone can still hear me.
Yes.
Thank you. So can I, on behalf of the mayor and the mayor's office and the MRA, we wanted to present our plan for funding, for using the funding contained in the CARES Act, which we're calling the Community Development Block Grant COVID Response, or CDBG CV, because they really wanted to make it more complicated to say these things. So this has been a combination of work between the mayor's office, the MRA staff. It really has been a huge undertaking. We're talking about 2 new programs that we're setting up very quickly, lots of guidance coming in from the federal government, and kind of we're moving faster than the feds, but there's just a lot of things to consider. So I'm just, firstly, I just wanted to say thank you to the mayor for his leadership on this, and also thank you to the MRA team, because it's not just the CD department, and on the annual budget, the finance director helps us a lot. And then of course, Debbie Burke is really involved in it. But the CARES Act in particular, we've really brought in a lot of different people to help on this. So I just wanted to thank them for that. So the Federal CARES Act was the stimulus package Congress passed in late March. I believe it was March 27th. And it provided a lot of aid for preparing for, responding to, and recovering from the coronavirus. That included $5 billion for CDBG CV, and Malden is expected to see approximately $800,000 in that first round. Now, I want to point out that that stimulus act also included other CDBG funds that will be going to states, and that will be, and then more CDBG funds that will be going through an as of yet developed formula that will take into account coronavirus figures like deaths and diagnoses and where hotspots are. We may be eligible for more funds later. We just don't know yet. What we know is that we have this $800,000, and we want to spend it as quickly as we can to get the assistance in the hands of Malden residents as quickly as possible. So our plan for that fund hits 2 main groups. It hits residents, and it hits small businesses. For residents, the bulk of the funds are going to a new Malden Rental Assistance Fund. That'll be $500,000 for that. And then we've also applied for $250,000 in Community Preservation Act funds. And that application is pending. And I'll speak more about that program in a minute. We're also looking to spend immediately $100,000 for a small business program for micro enterprises. Micro enterprises are businesses with 5 or fewer full-time employees, including the owner. If an owner of a micro enterprise had, for example, 7 part-time employees, based on a 40-hour work week, they may still be eligible to apply, depending on other criteria. And then we want to make sure that because this situation is developing so quickly and a lot of action at the federal level we're still waiting to take place, we don't know how other businesses besides micro enterprises will be faring in terms of SBA loans and other things like that I'll speak about in a moment. So we want to make sure we remain dynamic. So that's why we're keeping $200,000 now that we're setting aside for small businesses, but we're still waiting on more information to come in before we spend it. Before we talk about the 2 programs, I want to refresh your memories on what the annual, the area median income, the AMI, is. We use this for CDBG programs, and we're going to be talking a lot about it tonight. So I wanted to share what these income limits are. Essentially, for business owners, for the business owner program we're talking about, we want to make sure that they are at 80% AMI or below. Again, that's area median income. And the area median income is defined by HUD every year, Housing and Urban Development. They run the CDBG program. And they do that by assessing the median incomes in the greater Boston area and then averaging them all together. So when we talk about this, we're not just talking about the Malden median income, we're talking about the area median income. And that's important because it includes Malden, Medford, Everett, Chelsea, Revere, but it also includes Newton, Wellesley, Boston, Weston. All these communities are in together. And so what we've seen is that over time, especially the last couple of years, the area median income has gone up much faster than the Malden median income, which is still going up, but not so quickly. When we talk about these two programs tonight, the business owners, so for a family of 4, a business owner would be eligible if they earned less than approximately $89,000 a year. The renters would be eligible if they, as a household, that same family of 4 earned less than $59,000 a year approximately. And the reason for that is we want to be more restrictive on the renter side because we want to help the folks who are most in need. And I can talk more about that in a moment. But I just wanted to, again, put this in front of you before we start talking about 50% AMI or 80% AMI. I want you to be able to know what I mean when I say that. I also want to talk a bit about what Malden looked like before coronavirus. I say that because a lot of this information has changed in the last month and we just don't have a way to collect it. For example, if you check the unemployment rate at Malden right now, it's going to be very low. If you look at the most recent data, but that's data from before everything shut down on March 10th. So we had a high population that was at risk of housing displacement. 56% of all renters in Malden were cost burdened. That means they're spending 30% or more of their monthly income on housing costs, which includes rents, utilities, any other housing related cost. 30% or more means you're cost burdened, and cost burden means you are more likely to be displaced, which could be evicted or just leave voluntarily because you're priced out. It also, if you're not displaced, you could also become overcrowded. So that's kind of what we're talking about when we're talking about cost burdens. 30% of your income or more is usually not a good place to be. And of course, the greater percentage of cost burden you have, the more at risk of being displaced you are. 56% of Malden households, that's owners and renters, were below 80% of the area median income. So that's really important when we think about, okay, 100% of the area median income is all of Greater Boston, 56% of Malden was below 80% of the area median income. And I know I'm saying percent a lot, percentage this is a percentage that. Stop me if I need to slow down, if you want me to go back to that slide. But I think the important takeaway here is Malden has a lot of folks who are working class and low income, and that's kind of who we're trying to serve here tonight. 41% of people in Malden are both cost burdened, meaning they're spending too much on housing. They're at risk of being displaced because they're spending a lot on housing, and below 80% AMI. And that's really a population, of course, that's going to be at risk that we want to hone in on here. And of course, if you were to lower the AMI to 50%, which is half of the area median income, that group would be even more likely to be displaced. Malden workers, this is workers who live in Malden. They all don't necessarily work in Malden, although many of them do. But this is just a sense of Malden residents who work. This is how much they earn. The average worker earns $40,000 a year. The average household earns $60,000 a year. And when we talk about 50% of AMI level, that half of the area median income, 40% of all Malden residents are in that bracket. So when you look at this number up here on the 56% of Malden households, below 80%, think of it as a pie chart. Most Malden residents are below 80%, and most of those people are below 50%. So 40% of all Malden residents are below 50%. And then this last bullet here is especially important given what's happening in the economy. 1 in 5 Malden workers worked in food service, sales, retail, personal care, and service industries. And these industries are especially hard hit by coronavirus. And this data is from the 2017 American Community Survey, which is a project of the US Census that collects this kind of rich data every couple of years in our communities between the decennial censuses. Since the outbreak of the coronavirus crisis in Massachusetts, we've seen a lot of big changes. This is early data. Some of it is lagging. That is, we will have collected some of this maybe a couple of weeks ago. That doesn't mean it's current today. Oftentimes these numbers are going to be higher depending on what the measurement is. But this is the best measure that we have, understanding that the situation is moving very quickly. So 48% of households that earned less than $50,000 a year reported that they lost income due to the coronavirus as of March 28th. And so if you remember that the big state of emergency came from Governor Baker on March 10th, that was just in 2 weeks, 48% of 48% of people earning less than $50,000 a year had already reported losing some income. For some people, that was their paycheck was smaller, their hours were reduced, and some people were laid off or fired entirely. Only 36% said that they could sustain their current situation for more than 1 or 2 months before facing a significant financial hardship. That's really vital for us to hone in on, especially when we look at the date of when this data came in, which was March 28th. This was from a survey conducted by Blue Cross Blue Shield in partnership with Mass Inc. Polling Group. And they were looking at Massachusetts residents and seeing how they were impacted by the coronavirus. And they've done polls since then that look at different questions and how things are changing over time. And generally speaking, I don't think this is going to surprise anyone. Generally speaking, these challenges have been getting worse. The good news is that there's more rich data in terms of what's happening to gateway cities like Malden. Mass Inc. does a lot of work around gateway cities and research into what's working and best practices in these communities. And so that's helpful for us because it helps us recognize that although 48% of people statewide who are at 50%, we're at 50K or less, have reported losing income. That number is higher in gateway communities, and it's probably higher in Malden. And then, of course, that 1 to 2 month gap, again, if they were reporting that they had that only 36% said that they could last 1 to 2 months before facing significant financial hardship at the end of March, and we're already mid-April. That's just helpful in terms of, I think it'll help you understand the urgency of how we're coming to you tonight and how quickly we're trying to turn this around. Other data, 31% of renters nationwide were late paying rent on April 1st. That's probably going to be higher on May 1st because a lot of people were able to work at least half of March. And then these industries listed here below, again, Malden has a very large percent of the population represented in these industries, and they were among the first to be laid off. And so this is coming from MAPC analysis about Massachusetts unemployment data. And that's not saying that not everyone's going to be affected, but in just in the first week of unemployment data that came out, I think it was mid-March, these are the folks who were impacted the most. It's likely that other industries are in there now as the crisis has continued. So our proposal to assist Malden renters who are at risk of being displaced is a Malden Rental Assistance Fund. It would be serving folks at an income level of 50% or lower of the area median income, and they can apply for assistance. The way it would work is the MRA would procure one or possibly more housing service providers to conduct intake and provide initial approval. There are a lot of documents that need to be collected as part of a rental assistance program. We run several rental assistance programs through CDBG already, but this is going to be a much higher volume and caseload, and so we want to make sure that we are allowing for just the volume of applications that I think we can expect. So we would procure those service providers. They would do the intake. They would collect the documents, leases, income verification, things like that. They would do an initial approval, make sure everything is there. The completed application comes to us with the housing provider's approval. The MRA then reviews it, approves it, gives final approval, and then would issue assistance to the landlord on behalf of the tenant. And that's a best practice in rental assistance programs nationwide. I haven't seen a rental assistance program that does it any other way. The checks just go straight to the landlord, and it says, there would be something that says, on behalf of, or there'd be a contract or some type of agreement. So the landlord knows that that check from the MRA is on behalf of that tenant and it's paying for their rent. And usually you'd have a contract with the landlord, and we do request their W-9s. And then our goal, of course, is to be receiving these applications by first. If we think back to that survey data from Blue Cross Blue Shield, at the end of March to May 1st, that's a little over it's about a month just in terms of getting the applications coming in. We are going to try our best to turn those around as quickly as possible. Right now, we're estimating it could be at least a week between when an application comes in to the housing services provider to when it gets to us. And so we're working really around the clock to make sure that our process is as streamlined as possible, while also making sure that we're collecting all the information that we're going to need to show HUD when they come in and look at how we manage this program. And that's something we do all the time. It's just figuring out how do we do this in an expedited fashion for hundreds more people than we would be doing normally. So that's the rental assistance fund. The small business assistance program that we're proposing is really based on what we're hearing. And Kevin Duffy in the mayor's office and Joan Ford Mungo of the Malden Chamber of Commerce have been really helpful in helping us assess this issue. We've also looked at academic research on assisting small businesses, including small businesses assisted after disasters. We looked at how different communities were responding to hurricane issues or earthquake issues, and what best practices we can learn there in terms of an emergency response, because it's the closest thing we have to this unprecedented time. And based on all that, and based on what we were hearing, we came up with a current program. So essentially, the SBA, the Small Business Administration at the federal level, is issuing hundreds of billions of dollars in small business assistance, primarily in forgivable loans. Now, a lot of that is going through what's called the Payroll Protection Act, or the PPP. That's where the vast majority of funding is going. It's where a lot of the media attention around small business assistance is going. And if you've read about it, you're probably reading about that. And micro enterprises are having a harder time accessing SBA funds. That's because there's just so much demand for these funds that these small business lenders or SBA lenders, like banks, who lend on behalf of the SBA, and they're approved by the SBA to issue these loans that will become grants as long as certain requirements are met. These people there's such a demand, and the regulations are changing from the federal level so quickly that they're not able to serve everyone who's coming in. And that situation has improved over the last week or so, but they're not out of the woods yet. There's still a lot of bottlenecks. And the folks who don't have existing relationships with those SBA lenders are going to be kind of the last in line to try to get those funds. Congress is already talking about adding more funds to that, but there is still the issue of making sure that they can access them. And so micro enterprises, because they're hardest to reach, they're the ones we want to assist, as soon as possible through the program that we're proposing tonight. So that program would be $100,000 in grants for micro enterprises with a lower moderate income owner. So that's 80% of the area median income. Every micro enterprise could receive up to $10,000 to be spent on rent, utilities, and payroll. Other costs could be allowed depending on a case-by-case basis. We're still kind of looking at what those other costs might be that we would want to support, or that maybe there are some that we wouldn't want to support. So we're still working on that. We know that we want the focus to be rent, utilities, and payroll in terms of what the pressures are on a micro enterprise and helping them stay in business. Also, the applicant has to show significant loss of revenue due to coronavirus. Other communities are looking at 50% of revenue loss or more. That's probably somewhere where we would want to land. And then we're also thinking of, is there going to be a cap for how much income that micro enterprise should have every year? So, for example, there are more than 1,000 businesses in Malden that are micro enterprises that take in less than $1 million in revenue a year. One thing we're looking at is, do we want to tailor this to these micro enterprises that bring in less than that 1 million, because they're less likely to have the reserves to make it through, and they're less likely to have a business relationship with an SBA lender, and so they might be more in need. And the data that we have is helpful, but again, it is very limited because everything is happening so quickly. And so we are setting aside $200,000 for a future small business program. We want to be dynamic. We want to make sure that we're responding to conversations we have with the business community. And that's kind of why we're setting this money aside. We want to have it on hand for when these challenges arise, because we know they will happen. We just don't know where it's going to be. So we're kind of saving some fuel in the tank, I guess, for this this next round of conversations and businesses that are facing big needs. We did hear some at least temporarily promising information from our conversations with Kevin Duffy and with the chamber. They reached out to their members, and for the most part, commercial landlords seem willing to work with most of their businesses, most of their commercial tenants for a month or two. I think if this problem moves on and persists, we're going to see those landlords have less flexibility, and so they may feel more pressure, and that means the small businesses in Malden could feel more pressure. And that's something that we are looking at very closely, and we want to be responsive to that. But given the limited amount of funds, we want to make sure that we're doing so in a really deliberate way. And then I also just wanted to share that earlier tonight, the Malden Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors voted to endorse the mayor's proposal for small business assistance. And so we were really pleased with that. We worked really closely with them on putting this together and making sure that we're targeting to the businesses that need the most help in terms of being kept afloat. We don't want to be providing funds to businesses that are going to be okay anyway. And we don't want to provide funds, if we can help it, to businesses that are likely to fail anyway. We want to make sure that our money is making the most difference to folks in terms of keeping their businesses afloat. So that's my presentation, and we're happy to take questions.
Councilor Spatafora.
Thank you, Madam President. Can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Great presentation, Alex. Couple questions, and I'll be brief. I know it's a lot of people probably in the queue. First of all, on the rental assistance, if somebody who's living in one of our, I call them, well, it's housing, right? Some of our residents who live in housing facilities pay a certain amount out of their pocket of the rent based on their income. Would they be qualified to receive rental assistance even though they're getting some of their rent covered by the state or the federal government?
We're looking at that. That's a great question. It's something we're in conversation with Steve Finn and the Housing Authority on. We don't have an answer yet, but what we want to make sure is that if folks are receiving other funds that are going to keep them housed, we might want to provide those funds to someone else who doesn't have those supports. But we haven't landed on what those exact parameters are, but it's something we're talking about.
Another question is similar like that. Not that I'm saying it's certainly not warranted, but if there's an organization that's getting community block development grant money, can they also apply for this money? Or are they precluded, from double dipping?
They are not precluded. What we would do is we would do a emergency procurement process, and any qualified housing service provider, we're looking for folks with experience in rental assistance. Many of our CDBG subrecipients already have that experience, so they could certainly apply, or it could be someone who we don't work with yet who has that experience as well.
And then I'm sure there'll be an outreach, and I know based on what you said with the CARES Act and the small business loans, there's a lot of, because there's so many people applying, and then the rules really weren't buttoned down, and the applications were sparse, and what type of information is required. Where would a resident or a small business get all the details and information that you just mentioned? Are you guys going to put on the? I'm sure you'll do outreach, but is it going to be on City of Malden's website, or is it the Malden Redevelopment Authority? How do the residents get access to all this information and their requirements for this pool of money? And that's my final question.
Were you speaking about the small business assistance or the rental assistance?
Either one.
Okay. We're going to be this. I think the city has done a really good job of providing information on coronavirus response, whether it's the reverse 911s, it's updates every day on the website. I know Ron Cochran has a kind of a collection of information on the website. We're going to be putting it out through those channels. We're also going to be working with community partners, the Malden Chamber of Commerce. We have a list of some small businesses. I don't want to just only target these folks, because some of these businesses may no longer be in businesses. Some of these businesses may no longer be small. But we're looking at a lot of different ways that we can reach out to folks. We also want to make sure that, because Malden has a lot of diverse businesses, especially when we talk about micro enterprises, that there's some sort of translation assistance. So we're not sure yet if that will mean the application itself is translated, or there will be an English only application, but guidance on how to fill that out translated into different languages. We're not sure yet of what mechanism we will use, but we want to make sure that every small business in Malden hears about the program and is able to apply.
And I lied. I got one more question. I know this sounds silly. Does the business have to be based in Malden, or can the owner of the business be based in Malden?
The business has to be based in Malden. We are also going to have like a brick and mortar requirement so that we really want to be helping the folks who have a lot of vitality toward downtown and their neighborhood squares.
Okay, thank you. Great work. And unfortunately, I know it's not something we want to talk about because clearly we're doing this because of the emergency funding meeting, and I'd rather be talking about other things, but it's great to see that hopefully the federal government and the state get together and give us more money to help with everybody out of work. So great work. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilor Kamel. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Alex, for that presentation. It's important that we have action at all levels of the government right now. We have a once in a century health crisis and the biggest economic shock we've had in 90 years. So acting on this is something that I think we're all very glad to see. But given the size of the problem, it's kind of hard to match the numbers up with the scale of the magnitude of the problem we're looking at. So for the rental assistance portion specifically, we're looking at a combination there of 750,000. How many families does that serve? How long does that last? I mean, what's the scale of the impact of that money that we're looking at?
I think that money will make a very big impact on the 300 to 400 households that we are anticipating serving. That would be 300 to 400 households if we only provide 1 month's rent, which is, we haven't settled yet on whether we want to look at doing more, or kind of do we have a broad range of people who are supported, or do we have a smaller group of people who we support more intensely? I think we're leaning more towards having a broad group and maybe doing 1 month's rent, but allowing housing providers to, there might be special circumstances that we want to consider. We don't want to tie our hands yet. But that's kind of what we're looking at, is 300 to 400 households.
And you had a lot of percentages in terms of 40% of the households are below 50% AMI. There were some other numbers that are in conjunction with that how many families are we looking at that are in trouble? Right? You had that somewhere in there, or could be.
It depends how you define it. So you said there are 40% of Malden residents are below 50% of the area median income. Right. There are 56% of renters who are cost burdened. 41% are both. But I would probably look at a narrower window of folks who are maybe 50% AMI or lower and cost burdened, or people who have a higher level of cost burden. What we don't want to do is we don't want to tie down our program in doing hundreds of these or potentially thousands of these applications. Right. With lots of different paperwork response. So as we're trying to hone in on this at-risk population, we want to hone in as much as possible without slowing down the delivery of the funds. But I think it's safe to say there's a lot of need, and the need's going to be growing.
All right, so the 300 to 400 is some portion, not the whole problem we're looking at. Was there any consideration of bonding for any of this? No, this is all out of current funds, right?
Yes, this is out of current funds. We haven't. We could consider discussing bonding. I think right now what we're trying to do is meet the current need with the available funds.
Okay, thank you.
Are you good, Councilor Kamel?
That's it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Murphy. Hold on. It hasn't unmuted yet.
I just unmuted myself.
Oh, there you go.
I wasn't expecting to show up so quick. I'm just going to bring us back to the business Alex side. Well, first of all, I'm thrilled we're doing this. I think it's it's certainly something that's much needed in the environment we all unfortunately find ourselves in. But on the business side, having just been through the process myself of filling out all the PPP paperwork, in your program, are you going to allow someone to apply if they have a applied for the payroll protection program? Or is this something that you're going to be doing because they can't get into the PPP? Because it's almost like it's double dipping if you've got the two of them going in tandem.
That's a great question, and that's something we've talked a lot about. We are looking to target this funding to businesses that don't have access to those SBA funds. Whether we do so by saying you can't apply if you have received any SBA loans or assistance, or you just get less preference. We haven't decided yet, but that is something we're going to factor in.
Okay, because I know, like, I had to sign on the application that I hadn't applied for any other funds. I hadn't applied for any other PPP funds under another company or anything else. So I think that's important that, you just, I don't want to say it's a difficult process. It's frustrating. I did get through it, but I can see if someone didn't have like a banker that they knew or had difficulty with the language, that, you might be the path of choice because you might be able to provide more services for them. But I do think we need to have that kind of protection that, there's no double dipping going on in that particular area. So
we're looking at the language there, and that's a great point. I would expect that whether we use that language or another mechanism, we'll have something in there to prevent, to make sure that that the resources we have are going to people who don't have access to those other resources.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor DiMaria.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Alex, for your hard work, continued hard work. But I got to play devil's advocate here. We are in Malden a blue collar worker community. We're hard workers in Malden, and the percentages are really calling for more money. I don't know how you're going to do it with this budget. I also don't know how you're going to, once May 1st comes, how you're going to turn that around. I mean, you can't get it done faster. There's an urgency here. And, I see it from being a landlady, and you hold your breath and you do the best, whatever they can do, you take, and you're grateful that they're not working. I mean, I have out of my portfolio, 25% that are guaranteed to pay me, 75% are not, and they need help. So yeah, we're very small. We only have what we have, but honestly, I just don't think the figures work with the percentage of the people that are in need. So, do you have any plan on putting more money in, even for our small businesses? So basically it's $200,000 for our small businesses. Is that the figure? I don't know where that's going to go. I mean, we're nowhere without our businesses. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councilor. We're making use of all the money we have available to us. I think if the feds gave us more money, we would be spending more money on these needs. There is a big need on the rental assistance side, on the small business side. I guess what I would say is we're spending what we have as quickly as we can spend it in an effective way. To correct the small business number, we are setting $200,000 aside for future small business needs that could come up in the next couple of weeks that we just are waiting for more data on. And then we are spending $100,000. We're trying to set this up as quickly as possible for the micro enterprises, which we know have a lot of great need right now. And so that's $300,000 for the small businesses, and then $500,000 for rental assistance, plus hopefully $250,000 from the Community Preservation Act.
I'm just wondering if maybe the CPC can give a little bit more. I mean, so I just think that there's an urgency here. This is a pandemic, and I think we as the leaders can do a little bit better. So thank you, Alex.
Thank you. Councilor O'Malley.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Alex, for your presentation. I want to start by asking, I think that our response here as the city of Malden is to, and every entity, both federal as well as state. There's two aspects to this. There is the public health crisis that we're dealing with and the initial triage of what's going on with that, making sure that we keep deaths down, making sure that we stop the spread, which is why we're doing it this like this. What steps have we taken from like making sure that we have, you know, facilities for isolation, quarantine, decrowding, and stuff like that? Like, does any of this money need to go to that? Is that a higher priority? But before we go to what I'm thinking is the economic impact that's going to happen later, not saying that this isn't a valuable program, but do we need to be spending any of this money on initial triage?
Thank you, Councillor. I know that the mayor's office has been in close contact with the area hospitals, and that if they were to, need like a facility for something in Malden for a public health need, the hospitals or the Department of Public Health would reach out to the city. The city does have, I think it's the Salem Wood School that they have set aside in case that it does come to that, but the state hasn't reached out to them yet, and they are a part of those conversations.
Okay, that's good to hear, because I think that sometimes when it comes to like decrowding, I mean, ideally this curve is going to bend and it's not going to get worse. But it's particularly in Malden, where so many people are rent burdened. We have a lot of people who are living, 4 and 5 people to an apartment, and if one of those people gets coronavirus and they have one bathroom, for instance, there's no way they're successfully able to quarantine that one person. And having a place where those, COVID infected people can go so that the rest of the apartment doesn't get necessarily infected is kind of crucial. And it's not just for that, it's also for our homeless residents, as well as first responders who, they're going out there exposing themselves to potential virus. And if they have elderly people that they live with, or even someone that might be immunocompromised, they might need an option to go and stay somewhere else so that they're not putting their family at risk. So it's good that you guys are looking into it a little bit more. From a housing stability perspective, how many total households do we have in Malden? Because you said you'd help between 300 and 400. Do you know what the total number is?
I think it's like 23,000. Don't quote me. It's somewhere in the low 20s.
20. Oh, okay.
Like 23,000 or so.
Understood. So it's a pretty small percentage overall when we think of it.
Councilor, I do want to say of the renter households that we have, it's about 13,000. That number I'm sure of.
Okay, so that's total, and then okay. And I think one of the goals here, is to try, because this is a painful experience for everyone. And one of the things that we're trying to do here is spread to mitigate as much as possible, but also spread the pain around as much as possible. So it's not all just on the landlords. It's not just all on the renters. It's not just all on the homeowners. It's not just all on the city. We all need to kind of, I think, have some skin in the game here. So how do we ensure that these monies are going to, mom and pop landlords who own like 1 and 2 families who are depending on their rent to pay their mortgage, like versus it going to, the large slumlords, to be completely honest with you, who have been displacing our residents for the last decade?
Thank you. So we can't discriminate against tenants based on who their landlord is. So we would not put anything in the program that would say, if your landlord owns so many properties in Malden, you're not eligible. However, what the mayor's office, what the mayor has expressed interest in doing, and is doing, is talking to these bigger landlords that you're talking and saying, hey, listen, we're expecting you to, do your fair share here. And that's something that I know the mayor's office, if they I'm not sure if they've done that already, but it's certainly in the works.
Well, I'm happy to hear that, because I mean, the last thing I want to see is our hard-earned money here that could go to people who are really in need. And like you said, obviously there's the income situation, but if people are charging over market rent for their units, we're going to run out of money quickly versus if we were, you said that we'd try to enter into a contract with the landlords. I don't know if maybe that contract can say that in order for them to get this money, they need to agree that the lease that it's being paid for, has to be brought down to a level that it's no longer rent burdening that particular resident, 30% of what they can afford, because my concern is, say I'm a renter and I'm having trouble. I'm living paycheck to paycheck now. And hopefully I'm getting unemployment, but maybe I'm not for whatever reason. And I have told my landlord I'm having trouble affording rent. I get this program from the city of Malden. I'm able to pay my rent for 1 month. Maybe I'm able to pay my rent for a second month. After that, the money dries up. What happens then? And let's say the economy magically repairs itself in 3 months, and that person is now back at a job, but that landlord's going to know that that resident was living paycheck to paycheck. And I'm concerned that even if we are able to keep people in their homes for 1 or 2 months, we're going to see a wave of evictions from people who take advantage of this particular program, because now their landlord knows, hey, they needed the help of the city of Malden to even last 1 or 2 months. I'm just trying to figure out how do we use this money in the best way possible to get and keep people in their homes for as long a time as possible.
Thank you, Councilor. That's our goal as well. On the fair market rent point, I wanted to say that one thing we've looked at doing is limiting the amount of assistance we would provide to one person for their monthly rate, their monthly rent, to fair market rent. So if you are a tenant and you are renting above fair market rent, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, but whatever that amount above fair market rent is, we would not provide assistance for that. But if, let's say, the fair market rent was $2,000 and you were renting it at $2,200, we could provide 1 month's rent of $2,000, but not the additional. So that way, to your point, you aren't enriching or encouraging landlords to rent above fair market. But again, I don't think we can get into a place where we're saying, hey, you as a tenant, if you can't get your landlord to agree to this deal, we're not going to help you. The tenant has no leverage there. So that's one component. The other component is try having that conversation 400 times with a landlord. I mean, that's going to be just administratively, we're already seeing other communities that are a couple weeks ahead of us in this, having huge demands and just needing to, close down their programs after the first round because all the funding dries up. And so I don't think administratively that we could basically have that kind of conversation with every landlord and really negotiate. What we could do is we could say, we're not going to be paying above fair market rent. And that way we still make sure we spread the money out to as many people as possible, so that I, as a beneficiary, am not receiving less because you're receiving more than fair market rent for your unit, but that we all kind of have that same baseline of assistance of monthly assistance being capped at fair market rent. But we can't discriminate against tenants for who their landlord is.
Yeah, no, I definitely don't want to discriminate against the tenants. I'm just trying to figure out how do we make sure that this helps the most amount of people without enriching the bad actors that have put us in this situation to some degree. Now, what about if you have a circumstance where it's a landlord that has subdivided their house, maybe illegally, and they have, 5 tenants, they're charging them each, let's say $1,000, they're getting $5,000 a month for what is probably legally like a 3-bedroom. Can all 5 of those tenants apply for this and potentially get whatever amount? And then that all just goes to the landlord? Or is there any way we're checking to make sure that, we feel like that landlord's been made whole and maybe that sounds like a lot of administrative oversight, but I think it goes back to the other question. It's kind of, how do we make sure this helps the most amount of people?
And that's the central question that we've been asking ourselves too. What we would look for in that situation is we'd look at the lease. Who is on the lease? So if it's a 3-bedroom and there are 5 people on the lease, we would count that household as a 5-person household. And so when we look at the income restriction, we would look at that, and we would look at the fair market rent for a 3-bedroom. And if that's above fair market rent for that 3-bedroom, we would only pay up to fair market rent, but we would qualify the household as a 5-person household. But you're right, it's a lot of administrative work. And so in terms of, making sure that the unit is up to code or not, that's not what we're looking to do here. We're looking to help people who are in need as quickly as we can with the limited funds we have available to us.
Thank you.
You good, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm just trying to think about whether or not some of this money would be better. I think this is a very great program, and I want to make sure we're keeping people in their homes. I'm just wondering if some of this money should be put into some legal services. We know the courts are closed for a while. I want to make sure this money is going to mom and pops. I want to make sure it's going to people who are potentially going to lose their homes because they're not getting rent. I just really don't want to see this going to some of the slumlords. Thank you.
Madam President, do you mind if I respond to that?
No, go right ahead.
We have in the annual CDBG budget, we have legal assistance through the Greater Boston Legal Services, which will be new July 1. But we also have, and have had for the last several years, housing stabilization assistance and mediation services provided through Justice Start. They're a community development corporation based in Cambridge and Somerville, but they do work here as well. And so what they will do is they will go into courts, into housing court and into Malden District Court. And now that the district court is in Medford, they will go to Malden District Court in Medford. And they will go and they will see who the Malden residents are who are facing eviction. And they will, they have a relationship with the court, and they will get involved in those situations, and they will mediate between the landlord and the tenant. They don't represent either the landlord or the tenant, but they mediate. And to help with the mediation, they do have some direct assistance that they can provide to, help mediate, a little honey to help the situation resolve itself. And so we did actually give Justice Start an increase in the public services budget this year, anticipating that need. And I spoke to them last week or the week before, after the courts were shut down, about what they anticipated their needs being, and whether they were still able to run their operations, because we have been reaching out to all of our public services to make sure, kind of to check in on them since the crisis began. And Justice Start said that they are still doing intake and are still serving people. Obviously, the courts are closed right now, so evictions are not being scheduled. They can still be filed, and evictions are still being filed, and they have a list of those evictions. Their fear is what happens when those courts open up, whether it's in June or July or beyond, and there are suddenly tens of, thousands or tens of thousands of evictions happening. In Malden, we have in the low hundreds, like 200 or so, 300 or so every year. I think we peaked in 2012 at 300 and something evictions that were filed against Malden residents. That number is going to go up a lot. I can't tell you how much, but what we're seeing now with a total stop to the economy has never happened before. And in 2008 and 2009, in the Great Recession, housing prices plummeted. So the housing market of today wasn't there. So you have this pressure of the cost of housing and rent is still very high. And you have the total stoppage of work, where really no one, in terms of low-income folks or part-time workers, like no one is hiring right now. So it's not that things have slowed, it's things have stopped, and they've stopped when you've had a historically high housing market. So that combination is going to lead to a lot of evictions. And what we're trying to do is we talk about flattening the curve and staying home and trying to eliminate the pressure on the emergency rooms. From a housing perspective, once the courts open back up, there's going to be a huge demand, a huge surge of eviction procedures that are taking place. And one thing that we're doing now is to try to limit the number of cases that go to evictions to try to work with the big landlords, which the mayor's office is working on doing, to try to make sure that we're keeping as many people stably housed and that landlords are working with tenants to make sure that they're housed, so that when courts do open back up, we've got more of a shot at helping the people who are there.
Sir, thank you. And I actually have one. You brought up one thing that jogged my mind. Is there a possibility for any mortgage assistance program for people who are in single family homes or two family homes that they like owner occupied? Because the other thing is, the last thing I'd want to see is for, Malden residents who are living here in the community losing their homes and those become bank owned properties. Is that part of this, or is it's purely rental?
In the CARES Act, there is language that provided that federally backed mortgages, which could be Federal Housing Administration, it could be CDBG, it could be Home, it could be Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, any of those federally backed mortgages, if there is any federal assistance involved, the lender is required to provide some forbearance for folks who can notify their lender and say, because of COVID, I can't pay my mortgage, or I can't pay all my mortgage. And so because of that, we do have that flexibility. And it varied based on the size of the property, whether it was a single family home or like a 3-family, or if it was a bigger apartment building. Obviously, the bigger it got, the less forbearance. I think it would have been like 6 months or something for like the bigger units. And then for a single family home, I think it went up to maybe a year. With periods, I don't think on the first blush, but I think you could go back and apply for more forbearance every like month or two, depending on how the crisis proceeded and how the homeowner's ability to pay changed based on the economy. So there is that assistance happening already. What we're looking to do is we're not trying to do everything because we don't have the resources that the federal government does. But when we look at the $800,000 that we have in front of us, and the $500,000 that we're putting towards rental assistance from CDBG, and the $250,000 that we're hoping to get from the CPC, deploying that as quickly as possible to these folks who we can help, which are the renters, and those are the folks who are going to be displaced immediately. Most low-income home buyers will have a federally backed loan. It's really unusual for that not to happen, so those folks will have some protection. But even for folks who maybe didn't or don't, they're still going to have a little more. They have a longer runway to fix this problem than the renters do. I guess that's how I'd explain it. The renters don't have as much control. There's not as lengthy of a legal process. And a lot of renters, I learned this last week, a lot of eviction filings, when they're filed, the renter won't even take it to court. And so the eviction is not executed, but it's filed and it's effective because it gets the tenant to leave, because they don't want to they already have a filing on their record. They don't want to have an executed eviction on their record because it's going to prevent them from getting housing elsewhere. So sometimes the filing is just as effective. So that's the kind of, with that in mind, is kind of why we're aiming at renters instead of homeowners right now. And we are trying to provide some homeowner assistance in the long term through that ACDC home buyers program.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think really kind of having people band together and take care of each other when it comes to this is kind of crucial. So I appreciate all the hard work you put into it.
Thank you. Councilor Linehan.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Alex and Debbie, for the really thorough presentation. I'll be brief because I mostly think I'm going to echo what Councilors Kamel and DeMaria and others have said. I'm really impressed by this and I'm fully supportive of it, but it just feels like way too little money. And I'm wondering, Alex, if you can really briefly walk us through how you got to the number that you got to for specifically the rental assistance. I'm wondering why the application to the CPC was not for more. And is it too late to go back for more, given that we are only starting to spend down the housing money on the CPA side? And after you answer that, can you talk to me about what you see happening after May 1st? I feel like this is, like you said, maybe going to get us through the next month, but given that we haven't already seen unemployment filings for independently employed people, and that the filings that we have data around right now barely cover any of the quarantine period. I'm just really nervous that the worst is not reflected in the data that we have. So can you talk to me a little bit about the number? Why is that number, in my opinion, a little on the low side? What can we do about that? And then how do we get from here to rolling this out as quickly as possible?
Thank you. The number is the number we think we can get to move as quickly as possible. We are definitely open to asking the CPC for more funds, but we wanted to get this first application in as soon as possible to get them to move, hopefully as soon as possible, to deploy these funds. And I mean, you're right. There's not enough money to meet the need. We don't have it. And so what we're trying to do is deploy the money we do have at our disposal as quickly as possible. And then, as other funding becomes available, maybe we go back to the CPC after we spend the first 250, which we haven't even gotten, by the way. I want to be clear. I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, and they still have to run their process. But in terms of if we get that funding, we would look to spend it as quickly as possible. We will likely deplete those funds in the first couple of weeks of that program. I don't know. We haven't decided yet if we're going to do like one round and then a lottery or how we're going to structure it. But we would expect to deplete those funds pretty quickly. And then we would likely go back to the CPC and ask for more. The number we arrived at was the number of cash we had immediately available to us because of the CARES Act, and the number we thought we could get from the CPC as quickly as possible without slowing the process down.
And in follow-up to that, what are the next steps on the CPC side in terms of getting that application through and then getting money in the hands of tenants? What's the lead time there? We submitted our proposal to the CPC last week. I think it was Friday, might have been Saturday. I'm not sure now. But we communicated with them Thursday to make sure that proposal met their needs in terms of the form and function. They had a meeting last night. They had some additional questions. They wanted us to change the format of the proposal. So we are doing that. We're sending that to them first thing tomorrow morning. It's really just copying and pasting from what we already gave them to a different form, and then answering their questions. I believe they scheduled a public hearing for May 1st. Don't quote me on that date. And they're gonna go about their process. And a public hearing is definitely required. I'm seeing this just get rolled out in like 1 week's time in our neighboring communities. Like Chelsea just stood up a $1.25 million program with the exact same format. I'm confused as to why that takes so long. If I can butt in really fast, our CPC ordinance requires a public hearing. Other cities and towns around us do not. That's in our city ordinance. Specific to Malden, that's not included in any of the special rules during the coronavirus emergency declaration. That I'm unaware. But I know that Waltham just passed something similar within a week's time, and they got to do it within a week's time because they didn't have the public hearing portion in their CPC ordinance. So okay, thank you. That's helpful. To Malden, yep. Whoop. Did I just do that, or did somebody else change the view? My view didn't change. Okay, I'll assume I didn't do. I just did it to my own machine. Sorry. I think that's my last question. I guess I just really want to know like how fast we can get this implemented. And I'm feeling a little frustrated by how low the funds are. And it sounds like while a lot of work has gone into this, we're basically saying if we approve this, it's going to be out of money, practically before we can blink. And then we're looking at another onerous process to get more funding. I think we're moving as quickly as we can with the funds we have available, and we hope that Congress is talking about another stimulus package. We're doing what we can with what we have available as quickly as we can. Are you all set, Councilor Linehan? Perfect. Thank you. Councilor Winslow.
Thank you. Thanks, Alex, and everybody at MRA and the mayor's office for all the work here. I mean, this is really important. It's great. We're pursuing it with a lot of urgency, and you know, and I agree with all the other counselors that getting as much money as we can is critical. I mean, I just kind of, some of my calculations were, I mean, we might be able to help 1 in 10 of households who really need the rental assistance, maybe 1 in 100 or 3 in 100 of businesses. So this is a, you know, a small amount of people that may need this. And one of the things that tells me is that we need real transparency in how the money ultimately gets allocated. I mean, in terms of, you're saying the MRA is involved in the process. Are you talking about the MRA board? Is it staff? Who will actually be, when these applications come to the MRA, who's going to sit in the room and look at those, or how does that process work? I just, you know, I think we just need to be very clear to people how that's going to work.
Sorry, Counselor, can you clarify whether that's for the business assistance or the rental assistance?
I think it's for both. I mean, I think there's going to be a lot more applications than there are resources. And how is that winnowing process going to happen? That's really in both circumstances. I'd like to know for both. So.
Yes. So on the small business side, let me say that on both, I think we're also expecting to get far more applications than we have funds available. And I'll repeat that, you know, we want to have more funds, and if there are more funds available, we'll certainly go for them. But in terms of working with what we have at the moment, we do know on the small business side, there's going to be a lot of demand. We saw in Worcester, they had funds already, they had a program already up and running. So they just essentially added funding from I think it was a reserve they had that they will later reimburse with CDBG. And they were able to run a program. And in the first like 6 or 7 hours of the applications being open, they had already received more applications than they could approve. And they have a 6-person team of staff who are already within their community development department, who are already working on economic development in particular. So that team is reviewing applications around the clock to try to get that money out, is what we heard when we called Worcester.
So what's MRA's plan? I'm not worried about what is MRA's plan. We don't.
Sure. Sorry, Councilor.
Laura, am I able to interrupt here? This is Debbie.
What? Okay, Debbie. Yeah, great.
Go ahead, Debbie.
We've had a lot of dialogue about the mechanics within our own department. You know, I have a total of 12 staff people that are pretty busy on a day-to-day basis. I have made this since 2 weeks ago, Thursday, the priority project, so that a minimum of 6 of us are on a phone call every single day trying to work out the parameters of this project. How it's going to work on the rental assistance side as to how we see it right now, Councilor Winslow, is that with the assistance of a housing service provider, they would do the intake, and per the parameters of a request for proposals that we would put out, you know, to procure their services. They would do that intake and then send to us the MRA, and I'll explain the MRA in that context in a minute, but they will send that completed package to us, you know, that with the requisite W-9 forms that we need from the landlord and all the intake, self-declaration of income, etc., on the tenant's part. We then will take the, you know, the so-called completed packets from the housing services provider, quickly sign off on those, and then send them into our finance department for, you know, sending out checks immediately. My finance department has been working for the last week on trying to figure out how to set up separate banking accounts to keep the CPC and the CDBG CV money separated, so that we can give full transparency and reporting back to folks like you, as well as HUD, who's going to be looking to, at the end of the day, see who we served and why and how and all of that. But they will be, you know, so that department's been, you know, interfacing in terms of, do you Venmo checks to the landlords? How do we get this money out as quick as possible? But
I understand that, Debbie. I'm really asking about, you get 1,000 applications for that rental assistance and you have 300 slots. How do you, what's the process to make that decision?
We've talked a little bit about, we get 1,000 applications in terms of the housing services provider. And then I think Alex alluded to it earlier in this call, that there is a review of those proposals and there's some weighted proposals. And then we end up doing a lottery versus a first come, first served basis, which is what some of the communities are doing. So, I have to be honest with you. This all came about in the past 7 or 8 days. We've worked nonstop, and I would lie to you if I told you we have a whole complete application packet and everything done. We don't have
No,
it.
Debbie, you've been doing amazing. So
But I agree. We can't do first come, first serve. We're going to have to do what Alex had suggested. We get, through the provider, we get those entities that we open them all up, who's eligible, who's not. We put them in the eligibility pile, and in all likelihood, we're going to, assign numerics to them and then do a lottery. There's no other way, I don't think, around it at this point.
So, one of the things I see is, I think it's inherent going forward. Whether it's in the short term or long term, we're never going to have enough resources. So we need to be transparent about how decisions are made. Mm-hmm. And just like ventilators out there, they're having to make some clear things. One of the things for me that's a real priority is to make sure that we in rental assistance are making sure that we give priority to families with children in the Malden Public Schools. Because that, having been on the school committee, the one thing I learned was that stability of kids in schools is very important to their long-term development. So if that's something we have criteria that are looking at those with greatest needs. I think that's important. I think the points Ryan raised about landlords, I'd actually like to see some of this money go out as a loan, not as 100% of a grant, because it's landlord assistance too. I think we need to make sure the residential landlords are taking some of the pain as well. They're going to do that, but I think that's one of the things. So that's just a couple of things. I do want to see the money go out. But like I say, we should, in all fairness to the community, be clear about the hard choices that are coming. Let's get as much money as we can, but we're still going to have to make hard choices. And I just think we should be as transparent about who's making those decisions and what criteria they're going to use. So I'd like to make sure we have that dialogue and that, over the next few weeks that some clarity comes to that. So, both in the rental side and the housing side. So that's my kind of big comment. And like I say, I'd like to see on the rental side for residential that some portion potentially go as a loan. I think there's this 18-month window. I think there's going to be a lot of pain. But things should snap back after that. But that's just something we have to think of. Maybe not this round, but how we get through 18 months is it's hard to know how we're going to get through the next month. But like I say, transparency in who's involved in the decisions and what criteria they're applying is going to be very important, because there's going to be a lot of disappointed people, and it's going to be hard. This is going to be the next, 18 months for us. So I just think that that's just my comment. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. And I know more to come. And however we can help you, Debbie, we're here. Thank you.
And seriously, Counselor, and all the rest of the counselors, I appreciate that feedback. We're kind of, like I tell my staff every day, you got to be nimble here and try to, think on your feet. So, we've talked to communities, we've talked to other people, we're getting guidance from Mass Housing Partnership. I was on a call, a webinar this afternoon that Councilor Linehan suggested that, we jump on, which included people from community preservation groups from across the state that were talking about how they were trying to be nimble in creating guidelines for these programs. So it is a work in progress, and I can assure you that some of the questions that you're asking, I'm firing away at my team every single day. So one thing I can pledge to you, because I think I've done this since the time I took over as director, it will be a transparent process. The application will be shared with you folks, and we will definitely be keeping data on who receives these funds and make regular reports to the requisite folks like the city council and the mayor's office.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilor Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I want to say that I'm encouraged by the response that Alex has given to the many questions that we all kind of feel in common. We all know that there are limited resources. We know that there's going to be much more requests and the resources that are available. It's been encouraging to hear their focus has been on serving those who are most in need. We've got a history with the Redevelopment Authority for running good programs, as Debbie Burke has just mentioned. You know, the kind of questions that that my predecessors that have been speaking have been firing off to Alex. You know, we've heard him respond in kind. They've been thinking about these things. This is something that's just jumped up for the last couple of weeks. This is all new territory for all of us. We're not the federal government, so we can't print money. We have to use what's available. I know that they're going to be going after more than just this amount of money that we're talking about right now. I think we want to encourage them. I think the questions that have been thrown our way have been thrown off to have been the right question, and I'm encouraged that they have got it under control. That's my comment. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilor Anderson. Councilor Crowe.
I'll be very brief. Thank you. And I agree, this is a moving target. I actually commend Alex and Debbie and the mayor's office for really putting so much into this in this small period of time and trying to use the money that we do have available to us in the CARES Act program to almost its highest and best use. So I appreciate that, and having all the T's crossed and the I's dotted is hard when it's a moving target. So not for the rental, but I just had a question about the SBA loans. So is it a loan as in the PPP that was talked about previously? Is it a grant that they'll get? Is it a loan that would convert into a grant, like the payroll protection kind of program? You know, if they meet certain criterias. That's my question.
Counselor, it's a grant.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilor O'Malley, can you keep this brief so we can vote on this, please?
Yeah. I wanted to see what my fellow colleagues on the council thought about trying to make a preference, because as we've said, there's not enough money for everyone. So we have to, and Councilor Winslow kind of hit the nail on the head. We have to figure out what are our preferences here. He had mentioned, I think, homes or households that have Malden students in them. You know, I think that the protecting children, protecting our students, preventing people from having flux of our school system is crucial. So I don't know if there'd be any interest in putting some type of requirement or preference to, you know, Malden students, households with Malden students. I don't know if there'd be any interest in putting a preference to, you know, tenants that live in owner occupied properties. I think that those are two big things that we want to make sure we maintain here. Homes where students are at and homes that are owner occupied. I'm just saying, we know we're not going to have enough money for everyone. And we want to make sure we're keeping as many people in their homes and as many students in their homes. I just want to hear what my fellow colleagues have to say about that or think about that.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything to say? So we have a motion by Councilor Spatafora. I believe it was seconded by Councilor Crowe. I don't remember. The clerk will, to approve, the clerk will call the roll. Hold on. There you go.
Anderson.
Anderson, yes.
Jamel.
Jamel, yes.
Condon. Condon.
Hold on,
Frozen? He's on mute, sorry.
hold on. Go ahead, Councilor Condon.
Condon, yes.
Crowe.
Yes.
DeMaria.
Yes.
Linehan.
Linehan, yes.
Murphy.
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley.
O'Malley, yes.
Spatafora.
Spatafora, yes.
Winslow.
Winslow, yes.
Tika.
Tika, yes.
Passes 11-0.
Okay, next order of business.
Okay, we're gonna need to suspend rules for, paper.
Madam President,
Yes.
just not to belabor this, but maybe through the suggestions of Councilor O'Malley, I believe the Malden Redevelopment Authority and Alex has heard that, and maybe they can take that into consideration, because it doesn't sound like there's any interest in a vote tonight, but I think they are very good suggestions.
I agree. I'm sure that they have noted. Right, Alex and Debbie?
Yes, equity is central to what we're trying to do.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the input.
Okay, City Clerk, you gonna read the order first and then we'll suspend, or do you want to suspend now? Oh, hold on, you're muted.
Okay, we good?
Okay, go ahead.
Paper 104-20, order that all Class 2 licenses expiring on May 1st, 2020 be granted until December 31st, 2020.
On Councilor Murphy's motion to suspend rules, clerk will call the roll. Why did you mute again? Hold on. I didn't touch you. Oh, go ahead.
Good. Anderson.
Anderson, yes.
Kamel.
Kamel, yes.
Condon.
Condon, yes.
Crowe.
Crow, yes.
DeMaria.
Yes.
Linehan.
Linehan, yes.
Murphy.
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley.
O'Malley, yes.
Spatafora.
Spatafora, yes.
Winslow.
Winslow, yes.
Sika.
Sika, yes.
Passes 11-0.
So we need to discharge this as well?
This was not in committee.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so Councilor Murphy for the committee.
Yes, thank you, Council President. As you all know, during 2019, the License Committee went through a total review of Class 2 licenses and came up with some new requirements, and then to enforce some existing zoning requirements. And when we came into the new year and came up with all our Class 2 dealer licenses for renewal, we looked at who had actually responded and taken the correct steps to provide us with the information that we had put forth in our ordinance, and that was that Class 2 dealers now had to have a quarry. We had made sure they had a bond. They had to have dealer plates. And they needed a plot plan that was going to be approved by the building inspector and the fire department. That last piece, so that last leg of the changes, proved to be a little bit of a problem in the fact that it was an ordinance that was passed almost 20 years ago that had never been enforced. So when we granted the licenses in January, we gave all of the applicants who had completed the first three components, the quarry, the dealer plate, and the bond, a grace period until May to be able to provide a plot plan that fit the ordinance of what it should look like, certified plot plan. So with the onset of COVID-19 and the impact it's had on our small businesses, that is something they have not been able to do. Plus, we as a license committee have recognized that we probably need to, well, not probably, we do need to look at the ordinance as it stands for what a certified plot plan should look like and be approved for. So it is our request tonight that in lieu of the circumstances that were faced today, that we extend the date that is required for the plot plan until December 31st. That will give the license committee time to make sure that what we're requiring our class 2 dealers to provide not only works for the city, the fire department, the building inspector, but also the businesses as a whole, and will give everybody a little bit of time to breathe during the pandemic that we're facing. So I would ask that, tonight that we grant the extension of these licenses until December 31st, at which time we will have finalized and, come up with the correct way to move forward for our class 2 dealers.
Thank you.
Comment?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilor Anderson.
Yes, thank you. I want to embellish on the comments made by the License Committee Chair, Councilor Murphy, that in addition to or is as a part of this process that the dealers have gone through, what we've discovered is ordinance, and there were 2 or 3 different conflicting regulations in our ordinances that the License Committee has to decide upon. So the professionals who would develop these plot plans were looking to us to say, which set of regulations do you want us to follow? So there needs to be the time for us to work out, look at, decide upon which of the regulations we want to make this thing fit in our plot plan. So I think it's time that we need. I totally support. We've got some work to do, and then we'll be able to tell the dealers, these are the regulations you're going to be following. Thank you.
Councilor Linehan.
I apologize. I actually had my hand raised before. It's not pertinent to this. I had a question related to the CPC ordinance. I can wait.
I apologize. Councilor Di Maria, you had your hand raised.
Yeah, and again, yeah, and you know what? I thought I saw it and I thought I lowered it, so I apologize. It's getting late. I'm sorry.
Okay. No worries. No worries. Councilor Condon.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Sitting on the License Committee, I know the amount of work that the chairperson has put in on this, and I think it'll be like a cooling off period. We made so many changes on the licenses on the class 2s that I think it'd only be fair that we give them this grace period. So I support this, her motion to extend to December 31st.
Thank you. So on Councilor Murphy's motion, Councilor Condon, you second?
Yes.
Or I'm sorry, Councilor Anderson, if you did, I didn't hear you. Okay,
That's
so
okay.
On Councilor Murphy's motion, seconded by Councilor Condon, clerk will call the roll. To approve, excuse me, to grant these licenses till December 31st, 2020. Oh God, you were just unmuted. What happened?
Anderson.
Anderson, yes.
Yeah. Kamel.
Yes.
Condon.
Yes.
Condon, yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Di Maria.
Yes.
Linehan.
Linehan, yes.
Linehan.
Linehan, yes. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay.
Hold on, because he's muted. He's muted again. I don't know what is
I
going on.
don't think I was muted.
I make a motion, we buy him a new computer.
Internet access.
He's frozen.
Aw.
Give him a minute. He'll come back.
What are you using, AOL?
There you go. Hold on.
By the way, I did hear Paul's comment about the computer. It's got nothing to do with the computer. I got to Linehan. I don't know if you got further than that.
Nope.
All right, so
Linehan, yes.
Murphy,
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley,
O'Malley, yes.
Spatafora, Winslow,
Winslow, yes.
Sika,
Sika, yes.
11-0.
Next order of business. Clerk, are these in committee right now? Do we have to?
Well, we gotta suspend the rules on Council Camel's motion first.
Okay.
So it's on Council Camel's motion to discharge Finance Committee from further consideration of the following papers. I'll read the papers.
The clerk will call. You want to do the paper? Sure.
Okay, 94-20, order that the sum of $80,000 being here the same is hereby transferred from salary reserve to human resources professional services. Paper 95-20, order that the sum of $40,317.25 being the same is hereby transferred from revenue reserve to public facility hall lease.
On Councilor Camel's motion to discharge from the committee, the clerk will call the roll.
Anderson,
Anderson, yes.
Camel,
Oh, yes.
Condon,
Condon, yes.
Crow,
Yes.
DeMaria,
Yes.
Linehan,
Linehan, yes.
Murphy,
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley,
O'Malley, yes.
Spatafora,
Spatafora, yes.
Winslow,
Winslow, yes.
Sika,
Sika, yes.
carries 11-0.
Councilor Camel for the committee.
So 9420, this is an order that the 80,000 be transferred to Human Resources Professional Services. This is related to ongoing labor negotiations. So these are funds that are being used for outside counsel. Motion to approve the order.
Second.
We're okay. On Councilor Camel's motion to adopt, the clerk will call the roll.
Anderson,
I'm sorry.
Anderson, yes.
Camel,
Yes.
Condon,
Condon, yes.
Crow,
Yes.
DeMaria,
Yes.
Linehan,
Linehan, yes.
Murphy,
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley,
O'Malley, yes.
Spatafora, Winslow,
Winslow, yes.
Sika,
Sika, yes.
carries 11-0.
Great. Councilor Camel for the committee for the second.
So this is 40,000 being transferred from revenue reserve to City Hall lease. Basically, we have to extend the lease of 17 Pleasant for another 2 months because of the circumstances. So this is the funds to pay for that rent.
Great. On Councilor O'Malley.
What months are these for? Do you know what months?
I don't know. I do not know. Hold on.
Because these are already in committee, so I'm wondering if
Just hold on. Construction delays in City Hall project had to extend the lease of Pleasant Street 2 more months. But I can tell you these were entered in, I just had a Legistar up here. I believe it was March 6th. This paper was entered.
Councilor O'Malley, did you mute yourself?
Yeah, no, I was even just talking to myself. So it's probably April and May, maybe May, June.
So the file was created on March 6th. I do not know.
Yeah, I mean, we need to pay it. We're still there, so I'm assuming.
Yeah, we would pay.
All right.
apologize.
Are you good, Counselor O'Malley?
So motion to
Okay.
motion to adopt the
adopt.
order.
On Counselor Kamel's motion to adopt, the clerk will call the roll.
And who seconded that, Council? Who
Condon.
seconded? Condon, okay. Anderson,
Anderson, yes.
Kamel,
Yes.
Condon,
Condon, yes.
Crowe,
Yes.
DiMaria,
Yes.
Linehan,
Linehan, yes.
Murphy,
Murphy, yes.
O'Malley,
O'Malley, yes.
Spatafora,
Spatafora, yes.
Winslow,
Winslow, yes.
Sika.
Sika, yes.
Carries 11-0.
Next order of business.
Docket is clear.
The docket is clear. Personal privilege, anybody? Nobody?
Been a long night.
I am impressed. Wow, we got through our first meeting.
All right.
Congratulations.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, on Councilor Condon's motion to adjourn, seconded by Councilor Spatafora. Clerk will call the roll. Or an aye.
Aye.
Yeah,
Aye.
Aye.
I'm just gonna shut you off.
All
Aye
ayes,
and
right?
aye.
all ayes.
Aye.
All ayes. We have all ayes.
Okay, all ayes. All right, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Cheers, everybody.
Good
Bye-bye.
job.